Yes. Hello everyone. A very good evening to all of you. My name is Suprabha and I am your ABM mentor, JAIIB, CAIIB English Medium. So today this is your ABM Marathon session and I am going to start from the module D, right? And tomorrow I am going to cover your module B completely. So today we are going to cover each and every chapter from the module D. Thereafter Vishal sir will be taking for module A and module C, right? Chaliye, so now we are starting with the first question from module B, right? These are the type of the risk: operational risk, legal risk, reputational risk and annihilation risk. Annihilation risk is a very common question which was asked last year only and last year also. Okay? So basically what is the definition of the operational risk? Operational risk is the risk of loss resulting from the inadequate or failed internal process, people and system or external event. So that is because of the internal event, like maybe staff has done some fraud or maybe some external event, right? Because of that, if there is any loss in the business, we called it as a operational risk. So that is 1 to C. Okay? What is the meaning of the legal risk? That is the loss in the business because of any adverse judgment, right? Or maybe any adverse decree or any unforeseeable contract, because of that, right, which can adversely affect the operation. Then what is the reputational risk? That is the loss in the business, the negative publicity regarding the business practice or operation leading to the loss of confidence and revenue. Then what is the annihilation risk? Annihilation risk is the risk arising from the regulatory action that may result in the closure of business. So that is because of the closure of business. Okay? And what is the reputational risk? That is because of the business loss will be there because of there are some business practice, there are some operation which is negatively publicity is there. Okay? So because of that the revenue will be going down, the business will be going down. Okay? So with third A comes. So answer will be here, that is A. A is the right answer. Next question is, which of the following? So we will be going chapter wise, right? I am going to start from chapter 26, then 27, 28 and up to 32. So we are going chapter wise, right? So these question from the, of course, chapter number 26. Question is, which of the following statement correctly describe the key aspect of compliance risk relating to the cybersecurity in technology driven banking? Option A, a confidentiality breach occur when confidential data is stolen. Second is, ability breach happens when system remain intact but service are made unavailable. And what is the definition of the integrity breach? That involve corruption of data or system affecting the integrity of the information and processing method. So basically these are the definition of cyber security. Okay, confidentiality is basically your confidential data will be leaked. Ability breach is where system is all okay. Okay, you will be getting the message that system is okay but service is not available. That means server will be hacked. And integrity breach is where actually your data will be corrupted. So all three are the correct option. Which of the following are essential element that must be included in the bank compliance policy? Number 1 is compliance objective. Number 2 is scope of compliance function. Number 3 is compliance function at office, zonal office, branches, subsidiary, foreign center. And number 4 is role and responsibility of chief compliance officer. So answer is 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3 and 4 या फिर 1, 2, 3, 4. बताइए which one is the right answer? Yes, Shri Harsha ji, yes, this is live class. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Okay? So basically in the bank policy, what all are things are there? See, all the banks are having the similar compliance policy according to the circular which came into the act, which came into the force in 2006. After that, RBI has directed all the banks that they have to frame their compliance policy within 6 months. So every compliance policy will be reviewed once in a every year. ठीक है, so that is once in a every year, once in a year. ठीक है, so here compliance objective, scope of compliance function at office, zonal office, branches, subsidiary and foreign center, and roles and responsibility of CCO. So that is D is the right answer. Next is, these are the statement. Now you have to find out which one is the correct one. So which of the following statement about the compliance policy requirement in the bank are correct? Statement 1 is, the compliance policy must reflect the bank size, complexity and compliance risk profile and include a disincentive structure for compliance breaches. Statement 2 is what? Statement 2 is, banks are required to develop a quality assurance and improvement program for the compliance function subject to an independent external review at least once in 5 years. Statement 3 is, the policy should emphasize building a compliance culture and ensure quality supervisory regulatory compliance report are weighted by top executive and ACB. And the last is, compliance policy should be reviewed every 3 years. This is wrong. Every 1 year. Okay, so please remember that compliance policy always review once in a every year, and quality program of the compliance policy that will be reviewed once in a every 3 years. That is a quality assurance program for the compliance. Okay, but compliance policy will be reviewed once in a every year. Okay, so now the first statement is, the compliance policy must reflect the bank size, complexity, compliance risk profile and include. So that is absolutely a right option. Quality assurance, no, this is also wrong. Once in a 3 year, the quality assurance program that will be reviewed. So 1 and 3 are the correct option. State, that is A. Okay, A, because here the 5 years is given is absolutely wrong. Right, so basically this is once in a 5 year is absolutely wrong. Other two options are statement 1 and 3 are correct. Next is, now we have the question related to the which of the following statement, right, about the compliance function in subsidiary and RRB are correct. Okay, RRB are correct. So statement 1 is, बताइए which one is the right answer? 1 second. नहीं, bilingual marathon will be at 6 PM only, but Pranshu ma'am will be taking, and after her I am going to take. ठीक है, bilingual marathon is different one. So here option 1 is, compliance department in subsidiary and RRB must submit the quarterly compliance status report to the bank CCO, which are then consolidated for submission to the bank audit committee of board. Statement 2 is, the compliance department in these institutions have duties and responsibility completely different from those of the parent bank due to their independent legal structure, right? And statement 3 is, the chairman or director representing the parent bank on the board of these institutions must ensure the implementation of compliance guideline and report compliance failure and corrective step to the CCO of the parent bank. ठीक है, first we will solve this question, then I'll show you the previous question also. ठीक है, Shri Harsha ji, I'll show you the previous one, don't worry. So first, for the subsidiaries and for the RRB, which statement is correct? बताइए. ठीक है, so option 1 is, compliance department in subsidiary and RRB must submit quarterly compliance status report to the bank CCO, which are then consolidated to the bank audit committee of board. ठीक है, answer is here, that is B. 1 and 3 statement are correct. ठीक है, 2 is wrong. Why 2 is wrong? The compliance department in these institutions have duties and responsibility completely different from the parent bank. That is absolutely wrong. See, statement 2, why is it wrong? Because the duties and responsibility of the compliance function in subsidiary and RRB similar to the parent bank. ठीक है, if any RRB, they are having the similar duties and responsibility with the parent bank. ठीक है, so of course statement 2 is the wrong one and 1 and 3 correct. Third statement is, chairman or director representing the parent bank on the board of these institutions must ensure the implementation of compliance guideline and report compliance failure and corrective step to the CCO, which is absolutely correct. Next is, which of the following statement regarding the appointment, transfer and removal of the CCO are correct? See, you know that if when we are talking about the appointment and transfer or removal, in that case we have to take the prior permission from the RBI, SSM RBI. Okay, so option 1 is CCO must be appointed for a fixed tenure of at least 5 years, which is absolutely wrong. It is 3 years. Okay, so of course first cannot be the right answer. Then statement 2 is the audit committee of board or MD and CEO must consider the fixed tenure requirement while appointing the CCO. The statement 3rd is transfer or removal of the CCO before the completion of the tenure is permissible only in the exceptional cases with the explicit prior approval of the board following the transparent internal administrative procedure. Okay, so that means what is the right answer? B is the right answer. 2 and 3 both are correct. But in the first statement, this is not less than 3 years, not 5, it is 3 years. Otherwise, other 2 statements are the correct one. You have to take the prior board approval and adherence to the transparent internal procedure. See, transfer and removal of the CCO is not allowed. Okay, this is completely not allowed, but only in the exceptional circumstances with the prior board approval and by following the proper transparent internal procedure, then only you can start for the transfer and removal of the CCO. It is not that much easy to remove him or transfer him. Then next question is, which of the following are the responsibility of the CCO concerning on-site inspection for IAC, that is inspection for supervisory evaluation, conducted by the senior supervisory manager team from RBI under the SPARC framework. So option A, coordinating with head office department to arrange the exit meeting between the bank top executive and SSM team. Okay, so what is the right answer with that? Okay, what is the meaning of the SPARC framework? Okay, so basically SPARC framework is supervisory program for assessment of risk and capital. Okay, that is the supervisory program for assessment of risk and capital. Under this framework, RBI will conduct the IAC. And now what is the role of the CCO in the IAC? Option A, coordinate karna with the head office department to arrange the exit meeting, which is absolutely correct. Okay. Second is coordinate supervisory meeting between the top executive and RBI top management, then submitting the RMP and supervisory rating to RBI. So all these statements should be, 1 and 2 are the correct one. Okay. Because he is submitting the RMP and supervisory meeting, supervisory rating after the final RAR. After the final RAR is wrong here. Okay. So first you have to prepare the risk assessment report and RMP simultaneously. Then you present that. Okay. Next is, according to the guideline issued by the RBI, what is the minimum tenure for appointment of a chief compliance officer? This question came under the category of the without option also. Okay. And you have to remember this, 3 years, not less than 3 years. Okay. Not less than 3 years. It can be relaxed one level, 1 year further, otherwise it is not less than 3 years. So next is, according to the guideline issued by the RBI, a CCO shall have overall experience at least how much in the financial service. So you have to remember all the things about all the points related to the CCO. How many years of experience will be required? Okay, how many, what will be the rank of the CCO? It is 2 level below from the CEO and MD. That means they are almost GM or CGM level. Okay. So all the things, all these slides you have to remember, right? So that is of course 15 years, out of which 5 years should be in audit, legal, risk, okay? I mean related to department. Next is, when the Chief Compliance Officer is not assigned any responsibility that introduce element of the conflict of interest, particularly those associated with business role. We called it as a what? That is duality. See, in the duality, CCO cannot be the member of any other committee or any other role. Only advisory role he can play because of the conflict of interest. Because compliance is a completely independent function and they are not, so there should not be a conflict of interest. If they are the part of that committee or that department, then how they are going to find out the irregularities? It is not possible now. So because of that conflict of interest, they cannot be the part of the any other committee or any other department. It is a duality. This concept called it as a duality. According to the guideline issued by the RBI, to whom should the CCO have direct reporting line? Okay, to whom he will report? That is MD and CEO or board committee, that is audit committee of board. So of course C is the right answer. And even on a quarterly basis, he has to meet to the audit committee of board on a quarterly basis, one-on-one basis, without any presence of top management, completely one-on-one basis. Next is according to the compliance risk policy, when a new product is introduced, then what duration it is subjected to the intensive monitoring. You know na that CCO can be the member of only 4 committees. The one committee is product group committee, audit committee of board, then CORM, and then is one more. Okay, I'll show you that question. So CCO can be the member for these 4 committees, and for product group committee, he will be monitoring the new product for complete 6 months. Okay, he will be monitoring that product for complete 6 months, right? According to the RBI guideline, a bank must have a board approved compliance policy that clearly spells out various aspects. Which of the following is not one of those aspects? Compliance philosophy, expectation on compliance culture, structure and role of compliance function, investment strategy. So according to the RBI guideline, bank must have the board approved compliance policy that clearly spells out various aspects, and which of the following is not one of those aspects? Bataiye. So of course that is investment strategy, that is not part of the, okay, that is not the part of these right, in the compliance function. These compliance philosophy, compliance culture, role of CCO, these all are the part of the compliance. Next is, so of course, okay, that is not the part. So what is a part of the compliance policy? Compliance philosophy, expectation on compliance culture, okay, accountability, incentive structure, effective communication and challenges, structure, role of compliance function, role of CCO, process of identifying, assessing, monitoring, managing and reporting the compliance risk. Next is, which of the following statement correctly describe the eligibility criteria for appointment as a CCO? Okay, so statement 1 is, the CCO shall be senior executive of the bank, preferably in the rank of general manager or an equivalent position, but not below 2 level from the CEO. Statement 2 is, the age limit for appointment as CCO shall be not more than 60 years. Statement 3 is, the candidate should have minimum overall experience of 15 years in the banking financial service with at least 5 years in audit, finance, compliance, legal or risk. 4 is, the CCO must possess a strong knowledge of regulation, risk management and sensitivity to the supervisory expectation. Last is, CCO should have freedom and sufficient authority to interact with the regulator independently. See, in the compliance na, only these type of question will be there. Even if you have read once na, that what is a compliance risk, then even easily you can solve the problem. Okay? Module A and module B, they are tough relatively, module C and D. Okay? Module A and B are more tough actually really, as compared to the module C and D. D is like 1 day study is enough for D. Okay? So basically, which one is the correct answer? That of course, senior executive, all these statements you have to remember. They can be not below the 2 level. This is absolutely correct. Age limit is yes, that is wrong. It should be 55 years. Please remember this. This question was also asked. This is 55 year. Age should not be more than 55 years. Candidate should have the experience of 15 years. That is absolutely correct. So answer will be here. That is A. 1, 3, 4, 5. All are correct except statement 2. 2 is wrong. Next is, which of the following statement regarding the compliance function in bank are correct? Statement 1 is, compliance function should proactively identify, document and assess compliance risk for bank activity and product. New product should undergo intensive monitoring for 6 months to ensure the compliance risks are well managed. Okay? For up to 6 months that will be monitoring will be there. Then CCO role does not extend to being a member of new product committee. Bank should develop function-wise compliance manual. If operating manual lack dedicated section on compliance, the compliance department must frequently interact with the department such as legal, operation, taxation. Which one is the correct one? Okay. So basically here the right answer will be here A. 1 and 3 are correct. Why statement 2 is wrong and 4 is wrong? See, CCO role does not extend to being a member of new product. In fact, he will be the member of product group committee for 6 months. So that statement is absolutely wrong. He will be the member. He will not be the member of any other committee except 4. I'll tell you the name also. Next, fourth statement is wrong because compliance department must frequently interact with the department. No, there will be no interaction. Compliance department के साथ there will be no interaction with other business department. ठीक है? So of course 1 and 3 is the correct one. Next is, the role of audit committee of board shall also encompass which of the following? Strengthening the housekeeping, follow up the inspection of the SEBI, then review the risk management measure to mitigate the risk, sensitize board about risk prone areas. बताइए. That is of course all of the above. The audit committee of board, they will be responsible for so many things. They will do the follow up with the SEBI, review the risk management, all of the above. Acha, 1, 3 and 4. Follow up with the inspection. Acha, with the SEBI they don't have any. Yes, this is the wrong. Otherwise all 3. In fact these are only the 3 roles. The number 1, number 3, number 4. Other than that there are other roles also. So many. ठीक है? But yes, with the follow up in the inspection of SEBI, yes, they don't interact with the SEBI. Audit committee of board, they won't interact with the SEBI. ठीक है? Internal audit department, internal inspection department, yes, they have relation, but not with the SEBI. ठीक है? So that is 1, 2 and 3. Next is risk based internal audit. RBIA mainly deals with auditing the risk, management of risk, ऑडिटिंग दी मैनेजमेंट ऑफ रिस्क या फिर रिस्क प्रेडिक्शन. बताइए. ठीक है? सो दैट इज ऑडिटिंग दी मैनेजमेंट ऑफ रिस्क. they will try to identify the risk. In fact, they will audit the management of risk also. Now, so this is the right answer. The RBIA, the Institute of Internal Auditor, defined RBIA as a methodology that link internal auditing to an organizational overall risk management framework, and RBIA allow internal audit to provide assurance to the board that risk management process are managing risk effectively in relation to the risk appetite. ठीक है? And RBIA is not about auditing the risk but auditing the management of risk. This is clearly written in your book. ठीक है? Next is determining the appropriate objective of the risk-based internal audit. Option A, review the system to ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirement. Second is to strengthen control and check to enhance efficiency in the bank operation. Third is identify deficiency in control environment and monitor closure of action item. Then last is provide assurance to the customer about the adequacy and effectiveness of the risk management. बताइए. So basically, which one is the right answer? Review the system to ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirement. ठीक है. And second is to strengthen control and check to enhance efficiency in the bank operation. So which one is the correct one? That is 1, 2 and 3. ठीक है. Fourth statement is providing assurance to the customer about the adequacy and effectiveness of the risk management. So basically, related to the assurance to the customer, that is not the task of the RBI. ठीक है. 1, 2 and 3. Next is who is ultimately responsible for ensuring the proper functioning of the internal audit department, including independence and resources. So is it MD and CEO? Is it board of the director? Definitely, it is the board of the director. ठीक है. B is the right answer. Are you just checking this question? Who is ultimately responsible for ensuring the proper functioning of the internal audit department, including the independence and resources? So that is the board of directors. They are responsible. Even this question was asked with respect to the compliance, that for compliance who is overall responsible? The answer was board of director. ठीक है. Yes, they have given their power to the audit committee of board for the audit and CCO for the compliance, but they are overall responsible. ठीक है. They are ultimately responsible. So if this question will be asked, please tick on the board of director always. ठीक है. The board of director of the bank shall have overall responsibility to ensure internal audit function is properly positioned, staffed and resourced so that it can carry out the assigned duty independently, objectively, effectively. It should respect and promote the independence of the internal audit function by ensuring that internal audit reports are provided to the board or its audit committee without management filtering, and that the internal auditor have direct access to the board or the board committee. So please remember that this question was already asked. ठीक है. There are small things in this chapter na, but that you have to remember. Otherwise this chapter is very easy. ठीक है. Next question is which of the following is tasked with the evaluation of fraud control framework? ठीक है. So that is internal audit, that is external audit, board and audit committee, and none of the above. So evaluation of the fraud control framework. So that is A. ठीक है. Internal audit. Why? Because conflict of interest should be avoided, because internal audit department also tasked with the evaluation of the fraud control framework. ठीक है. Next is which of the following is responsibility of the audit committee of board? Again and again same things we are going to repeat, that what is the work of the audit committee, what is the responsibility of the CCO, what is the responsibility of the board of director. बताइए. Be responsible for framing policy on internal audit, financial reporting. Then review and approve the audit scope and frequency. Third is oversee the establishment of accounting policy and practice by the bank. And the last is review the design and effectiveness of the overall risk governance framework and internal control system. So which one is the right answer? ठीक है. The right answer will be here, that is D, all of the above. ठीक है. Be responsible for framing policy on internal audit, financial reporting, review and approve the audit scope and frequency, then oversee the establishment of accounting policy and review the design and effectiveness of the overall risk governance framework. So of course all of the above is the right answer. ठीक है. Next is the scope of IS audit. ठीक है. Information system audit that cover the information system used by the bank. बताइए. System planning and support to end user. Normally IS audit will be conducted in the bank na, to check system planning, support to end user. Second is testing on the process for planning, organizing the information system activity. Third is monitoring of implementation in terms of process effectiveness, customer satisfaction. So of course all of the above is not the right answer, it is C. ठीक है. Because this is wrong. Otherwise all 3 points are correct. Right. So basically IS audit it comes within the internal audit department only. And what is the scope? What all are the things they have to cover? They have to cover system planning, organization, acquisition, implementation, delivery and support to end user. And the scope also cover monitoring of implementation in terms of its process effectiveness, input output control, accomplishment of the system goal. And this IS audit scope include testing on the process for planning and organizing the information system activity and process for monitoring those activity. Okay, so C is the right answer. Next is, if the internal audit reveal that bank management has accepted a level of risk that may be unacceptable to the bank, and the HIA should discuss the matter with board of director, external audit, senior management. So if there is something which is completely unacceptable to the bank, HIA, who is the HIA? HIA is the head of the audit department. Normally they are like DGM level, DGM, or even in some bank they are like a GM also. Okay. Yes, Sagar, what is your question, Sagar ji? It has nothing to do with customer. Yes. Okay. Chaliye, in this question, what is the right answer? The right answer will be here, that is C, senior management. Okay. So basically, if internal auditor, they will reveal that bank management has accepted a level of risk that may be unacceptable to the bank, which is wrong actually. So if internal audit reveals that bank management has accepted the level of risk which is unacceptable to the bank, HIA will discuss this matter with senior management, and if issue is not resolved, it can be escalated to the audit committee of board also further. So in the escalation matrix, they are on the second level. Okay, board of audit committee of board and board. Bank are required to disclose information about which of the following in their annual financial statement under the notes to account. Bataiye. Is it DIF? Is it SLR? Is it unhedged? Is it LCR? So basically, they will inform all these information. Of course, DIF is there. Okay, in the notes to account category, unhedged foreign currency is there. Okay, we have done in the chapter number 27. This is the last part of the 27, securitization disclosure. Okay, and between LR and LCR, which one is the right answer? That is D. Okay, so basically, statutory liquidity ratio we doesn't have to disclose in the notes to account. Okay, but all these three we have to disclose. So if the internal audit, I think explanation is repeated here. Okay, next is, which of the following are key areas of regulatory divergence? The financial, so I'll explain you what is the meaning of the regulatory divergence. That financial organization must address while adopting the concept of merge the divergence. Option A, cybersecurity, data privacy regulation and servicing of the loan. Second is a special regulatory and supervisory expectation based on the risk and complexity differing from the global standard. Third is innovative technology application where new regulation may emerge. Bataiye. Okay, so what will be the right answer? Right, so that is adopting the concept of. So first I'll explain you what is the meaning of the regulatory divergence. Then we will check the question. What is the meaning of the regulatory divergence? It arises due to differences in the local and global regulatory requirement. Suppose RBI requirement is different and the global regulatory requirement is different. So both are both are separated. Okay, so that happens because of the differences in the local and global regulatory requirement. Cybersecurity, data privacy, loan servicing are subject to the varying regulation across jurisdiction. It differ from place to place, from country to country. It all differ. Data privacy, cybersecurity. So your supervisory expectation related to the risk and complexity often deviate from the global norms due to region-specific concern. Additionally, as financial institutions adopt emerging technology, new framework may be introduced and necessitating compliance with the, so that we called as a regulatory divergence. So we have to merge that divergence. Basically, both should be on the same path. The global regulatory requirement and the local regulatory requirement. Now, the answer here is 1, 2, 3. All are the part of the regulatory divergence. Cybersecurity, data privacy. Second is special regulatory supervisory expectation based on the risk and complexity. Third is innovative technology operation. So we have to merge the divergence. What is the meaning of merge the divergence? That means all the global requirement, right, supervisory requirement and the local supervisory requirement both will be on the same path. Okay. Next is, which of the following are key responsibility of the compliance function in a bank risk-based annual compliance program? Option A, reporting regularly to the audit committee and CMD on compliance risk breaches and corrective action, ensuring compliance training for both the compliance function and other bank staff. Third is coordinating compliance responsibility among different unit based on the expertise and ensuring collaboration with internal audit. Fourth is managing the bank liquidity risk and credit risk assessment. बताइए. So, what is the responsibility of the compliance function in the bank? What is the right answer? ठीक है. So, what will be the right answer? That is A. 1, 2 and 3. Fourth is managing the bank liquidity risk and credit risk assessment. That is not the responsibility of the CCO. ठीक है. Because अच्छा, this is the repeat here. ठीक है. The explanation is repeated actually. So what is the operational risk? Refer to the risk of loss arising due to which of the following factor? Option A, inadequate or failed internal process. Second is human error and system failure. Third is adverse movement in the market interest rate. Fourth is external event impacting the operation. Okay, so what is the meaning of the operational risk? That is because of the human error? Yes. That is because of the failed internal process? Yes. Adverse movement in the market risk? No. This is related to the market risk. There are different type of risk like operational risk, market risk. So this is the part of the market risk. External event? Yes. So third is not in the option. So of course A is the right answer. Very simple question. Okay. What is the meaning of the operational risk? Operational risk is failure in the internal process, human error, technology malfunction, external disruption, जैसे cyber attack, natural disaster. It exclude, right? It exclude the market risk like interest rate fluctuation with fall under the financial risk. Effective operational risk management ensure business continuity, right? Minimize the financial losses and enhance regulatory compliance. So that is right answer will be A. Consider the following statement regarding the liquidity risk. Liquidity risk is when you are not able to meet the short-term obligation. So statement 1 is liquidity risk arises when a financial institution faces difficulty in meeting the short-term obligation due to maturity mismatch. Second is bank periodically assess the structure of their fund source, uses implementing necessary measure to optimize liquidity management. The risk management department is responsible for overseeing overall cash flow management and bank do not require any contingency plan. Which of the following statement are correct? Only 1 in 3. So that is B is the right answer. B means 1, 2, 3. Okay? Only fourth statement is wrong. Right? Bank do not require? No. Bank even require the plan B. In case if there will be a failure, if there will be a liquidity risk, bank have to prepare with the contingency plan. Okay? 1, 2, 3 are correct because liquidity risk is what? That happens within the bank. Why? Because it arises from the maturity mismatch. That means there is a mismatch in the cash inflow and outflow, requiring active monitoring, structural assessment, and RMD department play the very important role. And they have to ready with the contingency plan to handle the liquidity crisis. Okay? So now this is the question which was asked last year also under the category of the without option. Even I have already, I think I have already taken this question in the mini marathon also. So now what is the score? According to that, what is the meaning? If your score is less, 1, 2, 3, that means situation is well controlled. ठीक है. With D 2 comes, that means A is the right answer. ठीक है. With B third comes 5.127 means needs improvement and 3.125 means meets requirement, and this is the worst situation. So this is the interpretation of the compliance risk assessment score. If it will be conducted in the organization and if your score is low, that means everything is under control. This score you have to remember. ठीक है. 7.1 is needs significant requirement, 5.127 need improvement, meet requirement, and 123 is well controlled. ठीक है. So question was asked in under the category of the without option, and there is no, the answer was 1 actually. ठीक है. Answer was 1. They have asked this question under the category of the without option, that what will be the score for where the situation is well controlled. So that is 1, because see this option is not given, that hypercolon, this is not given in the virtual keypad. So you have to write 1, right? Next is, which of the following correctly describe the reporting process for breach and non-compliance? If there is any breach, how it will be reported? If there is any non-compliance, you know nowadays in bank they have the FGMO department, Field General Manager Office. ठीक है. They are like supervisory body, they are like upper body before the zonal office, right? Between the HO and zonal office. ठीक है. So what is the number 1 option? Reported in a structured format to the compliance department with copy to the FGMO and functional department. Second is RO provide a copy to the risk officer for test checking. Breaches can be reported via audit, survey or official visit. Third is functional department report breaches to the CCO at HO with a similar system for overseas branches, and the last is audit department submit the breach report to the compliance department. So which one is the right answer? ठीक है. They will report to the FGMO and functional department. RO provide the copy to the risk that is risk officer. Functional department report their breaches to the CCO and audit department. I think this is not correct. ठीक है. Yes, अच्छा, all of the above are correct. See, statement that is basically the structural reporting. First is the structural reporting, that breaches and non-compliances must be reported to the compliance department into proper format. Copy you have to send to the FGMO, functional, and the risk officer in the regional office or zonal office. There are risk officer in the RMD department normally. So any breaches is identified not only through the branch report but also through the audit, survey. You have to report to the risk officer in RO. ठीक है. Then reporting by all the functional department, they will report their breaches to the HO. Similarly, all the overseas branches, they will report their breaches to the overseas desk CCO. There is a separate overseas desk in the HO. Last is audit department must provide the copy of breach report to the compliance department based on the branch audit. So they will forward the copy of the compliance also and ZORO also. ठीक है. So the last statement is submitting breach report to the compliance. This is absolutely correct. Next is, which of the following statement correctly describe the nature of LRM? What is the LRM? LRM is the mechanism through which you can find out the quality of the loan portfolio. ठीक है. So option 1 here is, a loan review is not a portfolio review and does not assess geographic or borrower concentration. A loan review analyzes portfolio trend but may detect trend in the specific loan type. Third is, a loan review assesses loan quality at a specific point in time known as focal date. And last is, LRM provide overall opinion on the adequacy of the loan loss revenue. बताइए. We will discuss each and every point. We are going to discuss here. See, answer here is of course that is A. 1 and 3 is the correct option. ठीक है. Because see, but may detect trend in the specific loan type. That is wrong. Loan review provide the overall opinion on the adequacy. See, we will check here. A loan review mechanism is different from the portfolio review. ठीक है. So basically it does not assess, they will not assess any geographic, any borrower, So what is the question here? Correctly describe the nature of. So that statement is absolutely correct. That is not a portfolio review, and they are not going to assess any geographic or borrower concentration. Okay, like for which location, what is the criteria, for which location, what is the, so they will not able to define that. While it does not focus on portfolio trend analysis, it can deduct the pattern, okay, based on the sample loan. Suppose you have taken 20 sample loan, so trend you can find out that last year, that is the risk is there, okay, and third is the it evaluate the loan quality at a specific point in time, right? We known as a focal date basically rather than over a period. So particular that date, what is the quality of that loan, whether it was paid, how much it was paid. Then it does not provide the overall opinion on the adequacy of loan loss revenue because it focuses on only individual loan risk rating. Okay, you know na that there are three categories: average, high and low. And these loans will be reviewed according to their risk category. Next is according to the RBI guideline, credit risk management. What is the primary purpose of credit audit? Option A, to replace the initial credit assessment process and approve loan independently. B is to conduct mid-course action by examine compliance with sanction and post-sanction procedure. C is to assess the overall financial health of bank loan portfolio and estimate loan, right? Okay, that estimate the loan loss provision. And D is to focus solely on recovering NPA rather than reviewing credit sanction. Okay, so what will be the right answer here? The right answer will be here, that is B. Okay, because see, what is the meaning of that? RBI basically they have defined the credit risk. What is the credit risk? That in every loan, despite the multiple level of assessment, we are going to check salary slip, we are going to check CIBIL report, multiple assessment is there during the sanctioning process, is still credit audit play a crucial role in reviewing the compliances with the bank credit policy. So we call it as a mid-course action, mid-course correction mechanism. Okay, because we have done all the things carefully, still by the credit audit you can check about the sanction, post-sanction process. You can check if there are any lapses, any non-compliance, breaches, and risk mitigation framework will be strong, right? Next is which of the following statement correctly describe the procedural aspect and review frequency of credit audit? बताइए. Credit audit is basically to check the quality of the loan portfolio, to check that whether there is any borrower who is not able to repay the loan. So option number 1 is credit audit is conducted on site at branch where advances are appraised and where operating credit limit are sanctioned. Second is high risk account should be reviewed every 6 months, average risk account every 1 year and low risk account every 3 months. Third is credit auditor often report on the conduct of account by calling for information from corresponding branches, and credit auditor are required to ensure compliance with regulatory guideline and evaluate the credit risk methodology. बताइए. ठीक है. So what is the right answer here? The right answer will be here, that is B, 1, 3 and 4. The 2 is basically statement 1 is correct. ठीक है, because see credit audit will be conducted on site where the originating branch is, from where the loan will be sanctioned. Now these are the high risk account. ठीक है, high risk account will be reviewed every 3 months. If any average risk account, loan account, every 6 months, any low risk account every 1 year, it will be reviewed. So statement 2 is that high risk account should be reviewed every 6 months. This statement is completely wrong. Okay, so please remember this. Third statement is correct, that credit auditor gather report on account conduct from the corresponding branch, ensuring a comprehensive assessment, and fourth is also correct. Okay, So you have to remember these 3 points. Next is, which of the following are the key benefit of integrating governance, risk, compliance activity in the organization? Option 1 is higher quality information that enable management to make faster, well-informed decision, improved capital allocation by identifying inefficiency and optimizing financial and human resource. Third is enhanced organizational effectiveness by ensuring GRC activity directed to the right people and department, and increase in the operational cost due to strict compliance and regulatory requirement. So what is the meaning of the GRC framework? GRC framework is where you have to manage the governance, where you have to manage the risk, where you have to manage the compliance simultaneously. ठीक है, बताइए which one is the right answer? ठीक है, so which one is the right answer here? See, in the GRC framework, what will be the right? That is statement A, 1, 2 and 3, because increase in the operational cost due to strict compliance, that is not the part of GRC. Statement 1 is correct. Why it is correct? Integrating GRC information so that your decision making will be improved, ठीक है, by making the providing the higher quality insight. GRC is basically where you are going to manage your governance, you are going to mitigate the risk, you are going to follow the compliance. Governance is all about well controlled things. ठीक है, statement 2 is correct. Better resource allocation help reduce inefficiency and enhance financial and human capital utilization. Third is correct because GRC activity are streamlined, ensuring better effectiveness in governance and risk management. Statement 4 is incorrect. Instead of increasing cost, GRC integration reduce cost by eliminating redundancy and optimizing process. ठीक है, so D is the wrong because it will not increase in the operational cost. ठीक है, बल्कि GRC integrate reduce the cost by eliminating the redundancy. ठीक है, the repetitive process will be reduced, everything will be streamlined, so your operation cost will be decreased, not increase, right? Next is, chaliye, now we have the case study. The case study is the Nova Bank, a mid-sized financial institution, recently faced regulatory scrutiny after the whistleblower report exposed severe compliance lapses. The investigation revealed that the compliance team lacked unrestricted access to the key transactional data, leading to the failure in detecting high-risk financial activity. Additionally, an internal audit found that bank due diligence procedure were inconsistently applied. So, there is a case study question now. With several high-risk clients onboarded without thorough verification, the CCO was often bypassed in major strategic discussion, reducing oversight effectiveness. The situation worsened when global anti-money laundering regulations were updated, creating additional compliance gap. As a result, the bank is now facing potential legal sanction, significant reputational damage and increased operational risk. The board is considering major reform in its compliance risk management framework to ensure strict accountability, enhance internal control and better integration of compliance into the bank governance structure. ठीक है, so now we are coming to the question now. This question is related to the whistleblower policy. ठीक है, question number 1 is Nova Bank compliance risk management approach had several critical failures, one of which was the lack of independence of its compliance function based on best practice for compliance governance. Which of the following measure would be most appropriate to ensure that compliance function operate independently and effectively? Option A, assign compliance oversight to an external consulting firm that periodically review internal policies to ensure adherence to the regulation and mitigate conflict of interest. Second is establishing a direct reporting line between the CCO and board of director while ensuring that compliance team has the unrestricted access to transactional data, right, and the other critical information. Integrating the compliance function under the direct supervision of the CFO to streamline reporting and align the compliance with financial performance objective. These allowing compliance officer to conduct independent review but limiting their access to the sensitive financial data. बताइए, first read carefully this question. So what will be the right answer? ठीक है, see question is basically that is bank compliance risk management approach, right? They had several critical failure, one of which lack of the independence, ठीक है, one of the which lack of independence of its compliance function based on the best practice for compliance governance. What is the following measure would most appropriate to ensure that compliance function operate independently? बताइए, ठीक है. See, the right answer will be here. I'll show you all the option. ठीक है, B, of course your answer is absolutely right, because what is the reason? The compliance function must operate the independently. They are free from any influence, any other things. They are completely a free department. So their objective is oversight and enforcement of the rule, regulation, adequate resources including the skilled personnel and advanced monitoring tool are essential for effective compliance management. So direct communication with the board enable transparency, swift decision making and alignment with the corporate governance. So this structure strengthen risk mitigation, regulatory adherence. ठीक है, B is the right answer. Next is due diligence. Basically due diligence is what? That is a more careful you should be, that play a crucial role in the compliance risk management by ensuring that organization can demonstrate their commitment to the regulatory requirements. So in Nova Bank case, weak due diligence procedure is there and they were identified as a major risk factor. So which of the following approach best represent an effective due diligence system? Option A, establishing compliance framework that primarily focus on maintaining exhaustive documentation of all regulatory requirement. ठीक है. Second is implementing a compliance risk management strategy that not only emphasize regulatory documentation but also ensure about the proactive risk identification. ठीक है. Then continuous monitoring and the enforcement of the effective compliance control at all the level, relying on the automated. Then last is conducting compliance review. So what is your right answer? The right answer will be B. Absolutely correct. See, what is the meaning of the due diligence? The effective due diligence goes beyond not merely just maintaining the regulatory document. It requires the continuous monitoring, enforcement, proactive risk management and active compliance involve real-time assessment, employee training, internal audit, corrective action to address potential breaches. By embedding the compliance into the daily operation and enforcing the accountability, organization can mitigate compliance failure. ठीक है, so that is B is the right answer. Next is considering Nova Bank situation, which of the following statement best explain the relationship between the compliance risk and operational risk? So what is the relationship between that? Option A, compliance risk is primarily caused by the external regulatory changes, the legal requirement, while operational risk arises from the internal process failure, system inefficiency, human error. ठीक है. Second is both are exclusively external in nature and they are driven by the factor जैसे regulatory change, economic shift. Third is operational risk is broader than compliance and last is both are interchangeable terms. So of course the answer will be here A. A is absolutely correct. The right definition. See, compliance risk is what? This is basically compliance risk is arises when organization is not able to follow the legal guideline, the RBI guideline, the ethical standard, the LODR regulation, any financial and that can lead to the financial penalty by the RBI. If you are not going to follow compliance, RBI can impose the penalty on the bank, reputational damage, or maybe any legal consequences. In the contrast, operational risk stem from the inadequate internal process, human error or system failure, ठीक है, impacting efficiency and financial stability. While compliance risk is externally driven, operating risk originate internally. So that is absolutely one is the right answer. Next is, if the bank adopt a more proactive approach to compliance, which of the following would be the most effective strategy? ठीक है, option A is what? Option A, conducting periodic compliance training session for staff. What will be the proactive approach? What is the proper most effective strategy but limiting the role of compliance? Second is outsource karna all the compliance related activity. Third is implement compliance structure that focus primarily on detecting violation after they occur, ठीक है, rather than predict. That is absolutely wrong. Establish a compliance risk assessment model continuously. So you can even answer this question by applying your common sense also, ठीक है. Only paragraph is very large, otherwise option is very easy. Establishing a compliance risk assessment model that continuously evaluate all the changes, and this should be the right answer, D, ठीक है. You have to be proactive. In a proactive manner, you have to evaluate, you have to mitigate any type of risk before they escalate. You cannot just wait, ठीक है. You cannot just wait actually, right? So that is the compliance officer play a crucial role by actively, ठीक है. One second, huh? ठीक है. So that is D is the right answer. Next is, in the context of compliance risk management, what should be the primary focus to strengthen compliance culture and ensure consistent enforcement across the organization? Option A, developing a compliance framework that prioritizes written policy, extensive documentation, but does not actively monitor whether employees are adhering to the compliance guideline. And B is encouraging a culture of compliance where adherence to the regulation is a key factor in employee performance evaluation. Third is relying solely on the regulatory audit to identify compliance breaches rather than integrating compliance. Last is allowing compliance lapses to be resolved informally at the departmental level. So what should be your focus so that compliance culture will be strong? बताइए. So that is, of course, the right answer will be a B. Okay, you have to encourage the culture of compliance so that everyone will follow the compliance, right? And this is the main factor of the performance evaluation. That means zero tolerance. You have heard about the term employee buy-in. Remember, employee buy-in. Employee buy-in means every employee is following the compliance, zero tolerance policy. Okay, ensuring that violation lead to the proper disciplinary action, then only compliance culture will be followed. The employee buy-in, zero tolerance policy for the compliance. Okay. Next is, so definitely a strong compliance culture will be established through the consistent enforcement of the policy and all. Next is, which of the following are included in the organization structure of compliance function? Is it board of the director, compliance department, audit committee of board या CIO? Very simple question, बताइए. ठीक है. So which one is the right answer? See, I'll show you what is the organization structure is. All the branches, they will report their compliances to the RO and ZO. ठीक है. This is the thing. All the RO and ZO, they will report their compliances to the CCO. All the functional department at HO, they will report their compliances to the CCO. Then all the overseas branches, they will report their compliances to the CCO, and CCO will report to the MD and CEO, then audit committee of board या फिर board of director. ठीक है, so this is the structure, compliance structure in the bank. ठीक है, and we have the option here is board of director, audit committee. So of course the right answer will be here C. ठीक है, CIO is not the part of the organization structure. They are not the part of that. So who all are responsible? See, in the compliance function, audit committee of board, board of director, MD and CEO, then compliance department which will be headed by CCO, compliance function at different vertical, the compliance function at branch manager and RO, ZO branches. So even the CCO, they will have direct reporting line to MD and CEO, and even with audit committee of board, they have to meet on a quarterly basis, one-to-one basis, without any presence of top management and all. Next is, which of the following statement is accurate concerning the selection process for the CCO in the bank? Option A, it shall be done on the recommendation made by the senior executive level selection committee constituted by the board for the purpose. Second is, the committee will assess candidate and recommend them to the board based on merit. Third is, board shall take final decision in the appointment of CCO. Last is, a prior intimation sent to the Ministry of Finance before the appointment, premature removal of CCO. 1 to 4, 1 to 3, 2, 3, 4, yeah, all of the above. Selection process, how it will goes. ठीक है, so what will be the right answer? The right answer will be here B, 1, 2 and 3. ठीक है, prior intimation won't send to the Ministry of Finance, it will be sent to the SSM, RBI, Senior Supervisory Manager, RBI that is. So basically, selection of the candidate for the post of CCO will be done on the basis of well-defined proper process and recommendation made by the senior executive level committee, which is constituted by the board of directors. So selection committee, they will recommend the name of candidate suitable for the post of CCO as per the rank in order of merit, and board shall take final decision in the appointment of CCO, a prior intimation to the Department of Supervision RBI. ठीक है, this is the right answer. Central Office Mumbai, they will be provided before appointment premature. So this is the one, Department of Supervision RBI, not Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance doesn't comes in the picture of appointment of CCO. ठीक है, please remember. So a culture of compliance, ठीक है, a culture of compliance is crucial for safeguarding which right of customer, right? Why is it necessary? The right of fair treatment, the right to transparency, the right to sustainability, the right to grievance redress. बताइए, culture is why it is necessary and how it will be right. So I'll just show you all the rights. ठीक है, compliance culture is essential to protect the 5 basic right of the customer: fair treatment, transparency, honesty dealing, then suitability, privacy, grievance redressal. All it is not 5 even, it is 6. ठीक है, so this is the 6 basic right: treatment, transparency, honest dealing, suitability, privacy, grievance redressal, all of the above. Next is the CCO, Chief Compliance Officer. Yeah, this question comes now, very very important. May be a member of or invitee to which of the following committee? Is it Audit Committee of Board? Is it Credit Risk Management Committee, that means CRMC, CORM or PGC? Very easy question, but you have to remember the committee name. ठीक है, so what is the committee name? ठीक है, of course CCO cannot be the member of any other committee except these 4. He can be the member of these 4 committee: PGC, Audit Committee of Board, CORM, CRMC. Please remember the name. Otherwise For any other committee, he won't be a member. He can only play the advisory role. ठीक है. Next is, according to the reporting structure now, the recommendation by the RBI for bank and financial institution, to whom does the CCO report? Is it board of director? Is it functional department at head office? Is it audit committee of board? Is it managing director and CEO? So what will be the right answer? ठीक है. What will be the right answer here? Right. So basically, according to the reporting structure recommended by the bank for bank and financial institution, to whom CCO will be reported. ठीक है. See, the answer will be here 1, 3 and 4. So that is 1, 3 and 4. Functional department, he will not report. CCO won't report functional department at all. Okay, so please remember that. Audit committee of board, MD and CEO and board of director. They are only the reporting authorities. Then next is, what are the reasons that can lead to the RBI penalty? See, if the bank is not following the compliances, then RBI can impose the penalty for reporting the entity during the supervisory evaluation, IAC. Option A, non-compliance with the ethical practice and market rate. Then B is failure to meet customer expectation and demand. Third is non-compliance with prudential and regulatory norms, integrity and market conduct, legal direction and related act. Last is lack of employee engagement and workplace satisfaction. बताइए, which one is the right answer? So what will be the right answer here? ठीक है. The right answer will be here. That is, बताइए, that is C of course. C is the right answer. Non-compliance with prudential and regulatory norms, integrity and market conduct, legal direction and related act. ठीक है. So RBI can impose a penalty on any bank if they are not able to follow the guideline, regulatory norms, any act guideline. ठीक है. I'll just give you the section also. So under which section this question can be asked under the category of without option? Very important. Under which section BR Act 1949 RBI can impose the penalty based on the finding deficiency in the regulatory compliance? Section 46(4)(1), 51(1), Section 31(2), 64(3), Section 15(1)(a), 72(2), Section 53(6) and 91(4). ठीक है. This question is the repeated one. We have already done this question, but yes, very important. ठीक है. So what is the answer here? ठीक है. The answer here is 1, 46(4)(1) and 51(1). ठीक है. A is the right answer. So what is the significance of? Now the question is from the compliance culture. What is the meaning of employee buy-in about the culture of compliance within the organization? See, you have to remember all the terms. Cowboys are the person basically who can take any type of risk. They don't think about the pros and cons of the situation. They will take any kind of risk. Employee buy-in means the person basically who will follow the compliances, basically that is a practice through which we encourage employee to follow the practice, to follow the compliance. ठीक है. So all these terms, tone at the top is basically the compliance flow from the top management. If top management is following, definitely all the employee will follow. So now option here is employee buy-in refer to the employee purchasing share. That is wrong. Employee buy-in involve encouraging employee to comply with policy but has no direct impact on the organization culture. Then employee buy-in ensure that employee are financially invested in the company compliance program, and D is indicate. So basically the D is the right answer. Employee buy-in indicate that employee are aligned with and committed to the organization culture. So basically they will follow the compliances. ठीक है. No direct impact, that is wrong. इसलिए this is the right answer. They will follow all the compliances. ठीक है. That is the employee buy-in. Zero tolerance policy If they are not going to follow, proper action will be initiated. So D is the right answer. Now there is a case study comes. The XYZ Limited, a leading manufacturing firm, had a whistleblower policy in place but failed to implement it effectively. An employee, Raj, noticed financial irregularity in vendor payment and reported them through the designated whistleblower channel. However, his identity was leaked. He faced retaliation. His responsibilities were reduced and he was given poor performance rating. Despite company policy prohibiting retaliation, the management failed to act. Concerned about job security, Raj escalated the issue to the CVO. The company now faced legal scrutiny for failing to protect the whistleblower and violating its own policy. Regulator demanded corrective action to restore trust and ensure the compliance. Okay? So this is the case study is all about. Next question is, what is the primary failure of XYZ in handling the whistleblower complaint? Option A, the company lacked a whistleblower policy. Company failed to address retaliation against the whistleblower. Then whistleblower did not follow the correct reporting procedure and company dismissed the allegation without investigation. बताइए. ठीक है. So what is the right answer here? What is the primary reason? That is the B is the right answer. Company failed to address the retaliation against the whistleblower. See, against the whistleblower, no retaliation is allowed. That means you cannot just cut down their salary. You cannot transfer them. Even their confidentiality should be maintained. You have to protect them. ठीक है. Next is, why was the Raj whistleblower protection compromised? Option A, his identity was leaked despite confidentiality provision. He did not report through the designated whistleblower channel. Company had no ombudsman or CVO. That is absolutely wrong. The concern he has raised was outside the scope of whistleblowing policy. So answer here is of course A. His identity was leaked. See, if we want to protect whistleblower or the person who is supporting the whistleblower, we have to maintain the confidentiality of that person. Both. ठीक है. Next is, under the whistleblower policy, what should Raj have done after facing the retaliation? Accept the consequences and remain silent. Escalate the issue to the CVO or HR. Withdraw his complaint to avoid further consequences. Report to the external authority without following the internal procedure. बताइए. ठीक है. So that means Raj what have done, have facing the retaliation, that escalate the issue to the CVO or HR. He should do that. ठीक है. If any retaliation is there, he can raise his voice even to the CVC also. ठीक है. CVC, CVO or maybe the HR head. ठीक है. If any retaliation is there. What key whistleblower principle was violated by the XYZ Limited? Employee must obtain CEO approval before reporting any wrongdoing. Retaliation against whistleblower is strictly prohibited. Whistleblower must report only financial misconduct, not ethical violation. Employer required to remain anonymous when reporting concerns. So which one is the right answer? The right answer will be B. Retaliation against whistleblower is completely prohibited, not allowed at all. ठीक है. Next is what corrective action should XYZ Limited take to restore compliance with whistleblower policy? Implement strict confidentiality measure, remove the whistleblower policy to avoid similar issue, allow only senior executive to report ethical violation and limit whistleblowing to financial fraud case only. ठीक है. So what is the right answer? That A. Implement strict confidentiality measure and penalize the retaliator. ठीक है. Next is, yes, now we are coming to the NBFC topic. Which statement is correct regarding the entity included in the base layer? See, RBI has divided compliance all the companies NBFCs to the 4 layer. One is base layer, then middle layer, then upper layer and top layer. So what is the definition of base layer? All the not deposit taking NBFC with asset below the 1000 crore comes under the base layer, and the NBFC who doesn't have any customer interface like P2P, account aggregator. Then what is the middle layer? Middle layer is all the non-deposit taking NBFC with asset above the 1000 crore, and all the deposit taking NBFC come like CIC, housing finance. ठीक है. And the top layer, it is currently having the top 50 NBFC and the upper layer, and the top layer, it is completely empty right now. So the right answer will be here, statement 1. The base layer include all the non-deposit taking NBFC with asset below 1000 crore and engaged in activity P2P, account aggregator. Base layer consists of deposit taking NBFC of all the size. ठीक है. तो right answer will be here, 1 is correct. ठीक है. That is not deposit taking, it should be non-deposit taking. This is wrong actually. Next is, how are the NBFC identify and include in the upper layer of regulatory structure? By fulfilling qualitative criteria and through the automatic inclusion of top 10 NBFC based on the asset size. C is using a scoring methodology that combine quantitative parameter, qualitative parameter and supervisory judgment. D is by having the highest credit rating among all the NBFCs. बताइए. ठीक है. So what will be the right answer? In the upper layer, what comes? That is C, using the scoring methodology that combine the quantitative parameter, qualitative. So basically currently total 16 NBFC comes under the, that is upper layer category. ठीक है. RBI has identified total 16 NBFC right now, like Bajaj Finance, L&T Finance. So basically the upper layer of the regulatory structure for NBFC is populated using a scoring methodology that involve a combination of quantitative parameter, qualitative parameter, supervisory judgment. The qualitative and quantitative parameter carry a weightage of 70%, 30% respectively, and this methodology ensure the balanced approach. ठीक है. And that consider both objective measure, subjective assessment in NBFC for upper layer. So basically RBI will identify based on these qualitative and ठीक है. And next is, what is the regulatory change under the scale based regulation regarding the minimum net owned fund for certain category of NBFC, and what is the provided timeline? Option A, the regulatory minimum NOF for ICC, MFI, NBFC factor reduced to 10 crore by 31st of March 2025. Second is, regulatory minimum NOF for ICC, MFI factor increased to 10 crore by 31st of March 2027. Third is, minimum NOF for ICC MFI factor shall increase to 10 crore by 31st of March 2025. So date you have to remember. The regulatory minimum NOF for ICC MFI factor shall be increased to the 5. Of course, B is the right answer. It is 10 crore by 31st of March. Your NOF should be 10 crore by 31st of March 2027 if you want to register as a NBFC. ठीक है. Next is, under the SBR, see, just read this carefully. The regulatory minimum net own fund for certain category of NBFC, which include ICC MFI factor, is said to be increased to 10 crore. The transition to this increased NOF is provided with the timeline, and existing NBFC falling under these category are expected to achieve the NOF of 10 crore by 31st of March 2027. This regulatory change is aimed at strengthening the capital base of these NBFC. Okay? So, B is the right answer. Next is under the capital adequacy assessment factor, what is the rationale behind the requiring NBFC to conduct a thorough assessment of their capital need? Option A, to ensure uniform capital requirement across all NBFC irrespective of their risk profile. B is to shift the responsibility of capital assessment solely to the regulatory authority. Third is to encourage NBFC to develop and utilize effective internal risk management technique. And last is to replace the need for regulatory oversight with self-regulation by NBFC. बताइए. So basically NBFC, ML and UL, RBI has already suggested that, ठीक है, RBI has already suggested that ठीक है, that they have to follow the, right, they have to prepare their internal assessment of the risk capital. They have to calculate. ठीक है. So the right answer will be here, that is C, to encourage NBFC to develop and utilize effective internal risk management techniques. So they have to prepare their own assessment. ठीक है. And for ML and UL both. ठीक है. So basically capital assessment process mandate NBFC to conduct an in-depth evaluation of their capital need. The requirement aim to encourage NBFC to proactively develop and employ robust internal risk management technique by conducting their own assessment. So NBFC can better understand the risk associated with their specific operation and tailor their capital adequacy accordingly. So this process enable NBFC to take ownership of risk management and ensure that they have sufficient capital to support their risk exposure. ठीक है. So C is the right answer. And what is the minimum requirement for common equity tier 1 capital as a percentage of risk weighted asset that NBFC in the upper layer are required to maintain to enhance the quality of regulatory capital? Is it 5%, 9%, 7 or 12? This question can definitely come under the category of without option also. So please see from the module D na, so many question can ask from the under the category of without option. So the percentage is, that is 9% of the RWA. ठीक है. B, the minimum requirement for common equity tier 1 capital as a percentage of RWA that NBFC in the upper layer are required to maintain its 9%. ठीक है. And this requirement is aimed at enhancing the quality of regulatory capital and ensuring that NBFC have a adequate buffer of high quality capital. ठीक है. चलिए next is which exposure, right? एक second. So this is option A, this is option B, C and D. ठीक है. Question here is which exposure are considered sensitive, ठीक है, for NBFC. Tomorrow I'll show you that एक chart I have prepared, one chart I have prepared. There are 3 type of guideline: capital guideline, prudential guideline, governance guideline. So that chart I'll show you in the tomorrow's class. Very very important, because I have divided all the guideline, all the scale based regulation under these 3 categories. ठीक है. I'll show you tomorrow that chart. So basically which exposure are considered sensitive for NBFC? Exposure to government bond, exposure to foreign exchange market, exposure to consumer lending, exposure to capital market. So of course the capital market and commercial real estate, that comes under the SSE, sensitive sector exposure. ठीक है. So under the concept of SSE for NBFC, exposure to capital market and commercial real estate are considered sensitive. This means that NBFC need to manage and monitor their exposure to these sector, right? So D is the right answer. Next is Which of the following statement regarding the regulatory restriction on NBFC is incorrect? Option A, NBFC are subject to the regulatory restriction on granting loan and advances to the director, their relative, and entity where director or their relative have a major shareholding. B is NBFC is required to ensure that borrower have obtained prior permission from government, local authority for real estate project during loan appraisal. Third is large exposure framework applied to all NBFC irrespective of their regulatory layer. And these NBFC in the upper layer are required to establish internal exposure limit for sector other than capital market and commercial real estate. बताइए. ठीक है. So basically for regulatory restriction, which option is correct one? That is of course C. The large exposure, incorrect, sorry, we have to find out the incorrect. The large exposure framework applied to all the NBFC. This is wrong. Okay. Why this is wrong? The statement regarding the large exposure framework applied, that is incorrect, because that is only applied to the upper layer, not even middle, not even base layer. Only upper layer it will be applied. It aim to stabilize exposure ceiling for large exposure of NBFC to all the counterparty and group of connected counterparties. So only to UL it will be applied. So I'll show you that chart also tomorrow, so that this will be remembered by you. ठीक है ना? That what all comes under the upper layer, what all comes under the prudential guideline, governance guideline. Next is, which of the following statement regarding the regulatory change under the scale based, ठीक है, scale based regulation applicable to ML and UL. Key manager personnel can hold office in any other ML or UL without any restriction. 2 is independent director can be on the board of more than 3 NBFC simultaneously without considering any conflict of interest. Third is NBFC is required to disclose their corporate governance report and any modified opinion expressed by auditor in their annual financial statement. So which statement is the correct one for ML and UL? बताइए. ठीक है. So key managerial personnel can hold office in, see basically that is right answer will be, first I'll show you, this is completely incorrect. ठीक है. Only third is correct. Why it is correct? Because key managerial personnel are not allowed to hold any office. Suppose if any person who is the key managerial personnel like CEO, CMO in any NBFC UL, he cannot take the directorship of any other ML or UL. He can take the directorship of any other BL. That is allowed. 2 is also incorrect. Why? 2 written that independent director can on the board more than 3 NBFC. That is also wrong. ठीक है, not more than. So independent director are not allowed to be on the board for more than 3 NBFC at same time. ठीक है. Third is correct that NBFC are indeed required to disclose their corporate governance report, including composition, category of director, then shareholding of NED in their annual financial statement. Additionally, they are also required to disclose any modified opinion expressed by the auditor and its impact on various financial items. So next is, which of the following statement regarding the regulatory change under the SBR applicable to the NBFC UL is correct? Option A, board member of NBFC UL must possess a mix of educational qualification and experience and specific expertise depending on the type of business pursued by the NBFC. Second is, NBFC UL is not required to adhere to listing requirement even after identification as NBFC UL. Third is, NBFC UL is not obligated to report to supervisor in the case of removal or resignation of the independent director before completion of their normal tenure. Then D is, NBFC UL is not subject to any capital charge. बताइए. ठीक है. Which one is the correct one? ठीक है. Which one is the correct one? So basically for that the answer will be here A. The board member of NBFC UL, they should have the proper mix of educational qualification and experience. Okay? So A is the right answer. So NBFC UL basically they have the good composition of board including member of the mixed educational qualification experience. Option B, C, D are correct because UL are indeed required to adhering to the listing requirement within the specified time frame once identified as a UL. Okay, I have already explained you in the class also, that is what? That is 3 month, 24 month. Within 3 months you have, if any NBFC, they will be identified as a UL. Within 3 months they have to forward their plan that how they are going to adopt the enhanced guideline, and within 24 months they have to adopt those enhanced guideline, and for continuous 5 years they have to follow that. Okay, right? So next is, which of the following statement regarding the regulation of NBFC not availing public fund and not having the customer interface is correct? NBFC not availing public fund and not having the customer interface are subject to the same regulatory treatment as other NBFC until separate regulation are introduced by the Reserve Bank. Next is, NBFC not availing public fund and not having a customer interface are exempt from all the regulatory requirement due to their distinct risk profile. C is, separate regulation for NBFC not availing public fund and not having a customer interface have already been introduced by the Reserve Bank. And last is, NBFC not availing public fund not having a customer interface are required to comply with the same regulation as commercial bank. Okay, so which one is the right answer? That is, regulation of NBFC not availing public fund and not having a customer interface is correct. बताइए. ठीक है, so what will be the right answer? The right answer will be here A. NBFC not availing public fund and not having any customer interface subject to the, ठीक है, and separate guideline will be there. So basically what is the question regarding not availing public fund? So NBFC not availing any public fund, not having any customer interface subject to the same regulatory treatment as the other NBFCs having. ठीक है, चलिए. So now next is, what are the responsibility of compliance function within the NBFC? Now we are coming to the second part of the chapter. Then what is the compliance function for NBFC? Option A, implementing new product strategy, determining staff promotion, overseeing the financial operation, identifying major financial risk, performing stress test, and setting internal interest rate. Third is monitoring compliance with regulatory direction, analyzing customer feedback, managing external audit, and the last is assisting in implementing compliance policy, identifying the compliance risk. बताइए, which one is the right answer? ठीक है, so basically what is the right answer within the NBFC? Implementing new product strategy, monitoring compliance. So that is D is the right answer. Assisting in implementing compliance policy, identifying all the compliance risks, conducting testing, ensuring compliance with the RBI direction. So whatever task is given in the bank also for all the compliance functions, similarly in NBFCs also the same task is given to the compliance. All these things are same. Okay, this is a task they will be handled. So now next is, what are the essential characteristic of the compliance function within the NBFC? Option 1, the compliance department should be led by a director and its organization structure should follow the specific format dictated by the regulatory authority. B is, NBFC must adopt a centralized organizational structure for the compliance function and its activity should be overseen by the CCO Third is the compliance department should be headed by the CCO and be independent and adequately resourced. NBFC can choose to integrate the compliance function with their RMD to streamline the operation. बताइए, ठीक है? What will be the right answer? ठीक है, what will be the right answer? So basically the essential characteristic of the compliance function within the NBFC, that is C. ठीक है, the compliance department should be headed by the CCO and it would be proper independent manner. They have to work, proper resources there should be have. So within the NBFC they should have the proper characteristic, proper CCO officer would be there, who will be like department will be headed by CCO. Proper independence, they have to maintain sufficient resources and clearly defined its responsibility, periodic review every like 1 year, 3 year, and these attributes can ensure the effectiveness and integrity of compliance function. Next is, what aspect should be covered in the annual compliance risk assessment conducted by the NBFC senior management? Option A, financial performance, profitability. That is absolutely wrong. Second is compliance failure, consequences, losses, major regulatory guideline, customer feedback, satisfaction, employee turnover. Third is progress in achieving the market share goal, compliance with labor regulation, management succession planning, and last is exploration of new business opportunity. Okay, so which one is the right answer? That is of course B, because compliance department within NBFC, they will take care of, okay, they will take care of all these things, right? Failure, consequences, losses, major regulatory guideline. Now what principle and responsibility are emphasized for the CCO and the compliance department staff within an NBFC? The CCO should be the member of multiple committee to ensure efficient communication, and the compliance department staff can take on business related role to enhance their skill set. B, the CCO should be a member of committee dealing with purchases and sanction to the ensure effective oversight, and compliance department staff can take on any other duty within the organization. The CCO should avoid any responsibility that create conflict of interest, especially business related role, and should not be the member of committee with conflicting role. Compliance department staff, they have to focus on compliance function within possibility. So that is the right answer, of course, very simple. C is the right answer. Okay, because the principle of roles and responsibility of CCO is like CCO should avoid all the responsibility that is related to the conflict of interest. Okay, especially with the business role. They cannot be the member of any other committee, right? And they can be the member of, and only advisory capacity they can be. Otherwise, they cannot be the member of any other committee. But for product group committee, yes, they can be a member. Okay, even for NBFCs also. Now, what reporting is required for changes related to the CCO within the NBFC? Notify the RBI after appointing the CCO. Provide a detailed candidate profile to the RBI after the CCO appointment. C is intimate the senior supervisory manager at the RBI in advance. D is notify the RBI only if CCO is prematurely transferred or removed. बताइए. So basically, what reporting is required for changes related to the CCO within the NBFC? ठीक है. What will be the right answer? ठीक है, तो what will be the right answer? So basically what reporting is required for changes related to the CCO within the NBFC? So that is the right answer will be C. Intimate the SSM at the RBI in advance. So if there is any changes, appointment, transfer, removal, you have to inform the SSM RBI. ठीक है, they are the responsible for that. When there are any changes related to the CCO within the NBFC, so these all things are like repeating for NBFC and bank are same. So you have to inform the SSM RBI before any changes occur. The information to be communicated including a detailed profile of the candidate who is considered for CCO position. So this question was asked last year that who will sign fit and proper certificate. That will be signed by MD and CEO. ठीक है, he has to give the reason why we are appointing that person. ठीक है, next is what are the provision? ठीक है, yes, SSM is the keyword. So what is the provision regarding the appointment and removing of the CCO within the NBFC? Now we are talking about the NBFC here. The CCO shall be appointed for a fixed tenure not less than 3 years, and board committee may extend the tenure by the additional year based on the performance. The CCO can be removed at any time at the discretion of the board committee. B is the CCO shall be appointed for a fixed tenure of less than 3 years. In the exceptional cases, the minimum tenure can be relaxed by 2 years. With the approval of the RBI, the CCO can be removed by the board committee. Third is CCO shall be appointed for a minimum fixed tenure of not less than 3 years. However, in the exceptional cases, the board committee may reduce minimum tenure by 1 year, provided the CCO agree to the changes. The CCO can be removed by the board committee with explicit prior approval, and following the transparent procedure, the CCO shall be appointed for a maximum fixed tenure of 3 years, which can be extended based on the performance. The CCO can be removed before the completion of the tenure by board committee if there is any change. बताइए which one will be the right answer? Right? So what will be the answer for NBFC? The answer will be here, that is C. The CCO shall be appointed for minimum fixed tenure not less than 3 years. Please read carefully. However, in the exceptional circumstances, the board committee can reduce the minimum tenure by 1 year, provided CEO agree to the change. CCO can be removed by board committee, but you have to take prior permission from the board and proper transparent procedure you have to follow. Next is right. Next question is, now there is a case study. XYZ Finance Limited, a mid-sized NBFC, witnessed rapid growth in its loan book due to relaxed regulatory measure. However, its increased exposure to real estate and unsecured lending, the interconnectedness of NBFC with the bank also grew, leading to the heightened regulatory scrutiny. The RBI introduced SBR framework classifying NBFC based on their risk profile. Under this new system, XYZ Finance was placed under the upper layer, requiring stricter compliance with liquidity and capital adequacy norms. As a result, NBFC had to reassess its risk management strategy and restructure its lending practice to align with the evolving regulatory landscape. बताइए. So now we have the first option is, ठीक है, first option is, why was XYZ Finance Limited subject to the stricter regulatory compliance under the SBR framework? It had a banking license, was treated as a SCB. It increased the exposure to the high risk factor and interconnectedness with bank, posted systematic risk. The RBI imposed strict regulation on all the NBFC. Irrespective of their size, exposure, NBFC failed to meet the minimum net worth requirement. बताइए. Why there is a regulatory compliance stricter? Because the B, they increase the exposure to the high risk sector. ठीक है, and interconnectedness. So basically, the scale based regulation framework says that NBFC based on their systematic significance ensuring the proportionate regulation, they increase the exposure to the real estate and unsecured lending, ठीक है, heighten to risk profile, making it more vulnerable to the financial stability. So RBI has already suggested that you have to prepare your own limit for the sensitive sector. ठीक है, how should XYZ Finance Limited respond to the new regulatory changes under the SBR framework? Increase the risk exposure to maintain higher profitability, restructuring its portfolio to align with the stricter capital liquidity norms, exit the lending business and focus solely on the investment capacity, challenge the RBI regulation. बताइए. Of course, that will be B is the right answer. Under the SBR framework, NBFC classified in the upper layer, they have to strengthen their risk management framework. They have to identify the regulatory scrutiny and prepare the strategy for real estate, for unsecured loan. Next is what is the key risk associated with the increased interconnectedness of NBFC with the bank. NBFC can directly control the monetary policy framework. The financial distress of NBFC can transmit the risk to the bank and overall financial system. The bank will be forced to merge with NBFC to reduce risk. NBFC will become more independent. So what will be the right answer? Right, that is of course B. Financial distress of NBFC can transmit risk to the bank, because see what happened here in the NBFC, they basically primarily depend on the bank funding for their operation, financial health and even for the economic stability. And nowadays even RBI has taken control on all the NBFC. Interconnectedness can trigger the contagious effect, disrupting the credit flow. Okay. Now next is under the scale based regulation, which category of the NBFC faces the most stringent regulation? Base, middle या upper? बताइए. Option can be, answer will be 1, 2 and 3 only. ठीक है. So what will be the right answer? The right answer will be here, that is C, upper layer NBFC. The strict regulation will goes with the upper layer. ठीक है. तो upper layer include the significant systematic importance. Even the regulation will be tighter, stricter for them. So these NBFC, they have to be adhere with the all the enhanced prudential norms. See for base layer na, base layer cannot be the right answer. For base layer the relaxation are relaxed. ठीक है, because their credit exposure is less, their asset size is less. So the objective is to mitigate potential financial instability by ensuring these institutions. ठीक है. So for upper layer that regulation will be tight. For top layer they have still not given any regulation or any guideline, but out of these three that is of course upper layer. ठीक है. What is the primary objective of SBR introduced for the NBFC? To eliminate NBFC, promote banking institution, to ensure proportional regulation based on the systematic risk contribution of NBFC. C is to restrict NBFC from lending to specific industry, and D is to impose uniform regulation on all the NBFCs regardless of their size and risk profile. बताइए. ठीक है. तो what will be the right answer? The primary objective is all about the B, to ensure the proportional regulation based on the systematic risk contribution of NBFC. So basically SBR framework, it says that NBFC based on their size, complexity and interconnectedness with the financial system to ensure the proportionate regulation by imposing risk-based compliance requirement. The framework enhances financial stability while allowing the operational flexibility. It introduces stricter oversight for systematically important NBFC. Okay. So now next is which of the following are encompassed within the definition of fraud. So what is the definition of fraud is here in the IPC 1860. Option A, misappropriation, criminal breach of trust. B is fraudulent encashment through the forged instrument like check, draft, bill of exchange. C is unauthorized credit facility are extended for legal purpose. Irregularity in foreign exchange transaction. So is it 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3 or all of the above? बताइए. So the right answer will be of course that is all of the above. ठीक है. The RBI, they have classified the differentiation in fraud, that is the violation of trust, illegitimate encashment, unauthorized extension of credit. These all comes under the category of fraud. Under which section the definition of forgery comes? This question was asked last year only. IPC 1860 is the act of making the false document defined. Is it 455, 460, 464 or 469? So what is the exactly section is all about? That is 464. So basically RBI has classified this is forgery. Okay, the definition of forgery they have given under the section of 464 of IPC. Forgery is basically the false document which you submitted or any alteration in the genuine document. Okay. Next is what is the primary objective of DDoS? Option A, to compromise sensitive data by directly accessing the target system, to overwhelm the target system resource and render it inoperative, to encourage in collaboration with security team for improved cyber defense, to test the system resilience against various cyber threat. So what is the right answer here? The right answer will be B, to overwhelm the target system resource and render it operative. So basically we will be receiving that system is not working but actually system is hacked. So objective is here is that is the resources of target system, right, in such a way that system stop functioning and it will lead to the denial of access for user. So as a user I am receiving the message that leading for denial of that is the denial of access, and goal is to make system inoperative by overloading with the massive volume of traffic. Okay, and meanwhile the hacker will be just hack your data. What term we refer for the online advertisement that carry embedded malicious code infective user computer when they interact with the ad? Suppose we have clicked on that link, we called it as a phishing, malvertising, malware or spoofing. So what is the right answer? That is malvertising. Okay, malvertising is referred to the online advertisement that have been compromised with embedded malicious code when user interact with these and advertisement by clicking on them and even viewing them. Okay, so virus will be inserted in your system. What is the primary objective of the RAM scraper malware technique? Option A, to capture data directly from the RAM, to compromise system central processing unit, to encrypt sensitive data stored on the hard drive, to intercept network traffic and steal data in the transit. बताइए. So which one is the right answer? So that is to capture the data directly from the RAM. It will be inserted in your RAM and it capture all the data from the RAM itself. So in the RAM scraper technique, malware will be inserted from the computer random access memory, and this technique is often employed in the attack जैसे POS breaches where data related to the credit card या sensitive information will be stolen. ठीक है, when you are using the POS machine and you are inserting your credit card, all the information will be captured by that RAM scraper. Focus on extracting the data that is temporarily stored in the RAM. ठीक है. Next is, what are 3 common methods through which computers are frequently infected? Email attachment, software download, browser extension, remote desktop access, system update, email filtering, malicious advertisement, phishing email, drive-by downloading, and these USB device connection, firewall configuration, and mobile app. So the right answer will be here, that is C, of course, malicious advertisement, phishing. So what is the meaning of all these terms? First, we will have the malvertising. In this method, users are infected when you visit some website. Okay? Suppose you have clicked on some website and it can exploit your system. Phishing email is what? Individual receive phishing email containing malicious link or attachment. Clicking on these link or opening the attachment can lead to the infection. Drive-by downloading is what? When you are visiting the website, whether it is a legitimate or not, and merely opening that website can trigger the exploit. Okay? Installation of malware will be done and without the user knowledge. Next is, what is the primary characteristic of the vishing? Leveraging financial security measure to impersonate a legitimate enterprise. B is gaining the unauthorized access to a victim computer through a telephone call. C is utilizing voice over internet protocol for legitimate communication, falsely claiming to be legitimate entity over the phone to extract personal information. So what is the right answer? Okay. Vishing means basically through the voice, right? So that is, D is the right answer, falsely claiming to the legitimate entity over the phone by phone call, okay, by voice phishing basically. So that is the act of using voice over internet protocol is falsely present oneself as a legitimate enterprise through the phone call. The primary objective of vishing is to deceive individual into disclosing personal information. Attacker may use various pretext, जैसे informing the victim about compromised account, offering free deal, claiming prize winning. ठीक है, चलिए. Next is, what distinguish a zero-day vulnerability from the juice jacking or any dash? So what is the meaning of all three? I'll explain you. Option A, zero-day vulnerability refer to exploiting the software vulnerability before they are patched, while juice jacking, any-dash hacking involve physical device manipulation. B is zero-day vulnerability involve remote access through the charging port, while juice jacking, any-dash hacking exploit the software vulnerability. Third is zero-day vulnerability refer to the software vulnerability exploited using the infected cable, while juice jacking basically and any-dash hacking involve the unauthorized data transfer, and these zero-day vulnerability, juice jacking, any-dash hacking all involve remote access to the victim device. So answer is there A. ठीक है, A is the right answer. So I'll explain you all the three terms. What is a zero-day vulnerability? This term refer to the software vulnerability that is exploited by the attacker before it is detected or patched by the software developer. Juice jacking is what? Basically when you are just charging your device from some other computer or maybe any other laptop or something, the virus will be infected from that charging port. Any-dash is basically you have to download and activate the any-dash app in your computer, then hacker will get the access in the victim device using the 9-digit code. There is a 9-digit code, and that maybe by permission or maybe by social engineering he can gain the access. ठीक है. Then apart from the electronic reporting, bank are required to submit the monthly certificate confirming that soft copy of all the FMR has been submitted to the RBI. Where should this certificate receive from? See, in the FMR na, the timeline is 21 calendar days. हालांकि now it is real time basis. Now it is reduced to the 14 days according to last year circular. Earlier it was 21 calendar days, but now FMR reporting is 14 days. I'll show you that RBI circular also. So many things are updated. Then in the CFR, the timeline is 7 calendar days. Okay, this is 7 calendar days. So basically, apart from the electronic reporting, bank are required to submit monthly certificate to whom? RBI headquarter. Then CFMC Bangalore, the respective state security manager of bank financial fraud reporting division मुंबई. बताइए. ठीक है, तो what will be the right answer? That is CFMC Bangalore. You have to send the copy to the CFMC Bangalore. ठीक है. Next is, so bank need to submit the monthly certificate confirming that, and soft copy they have to submit to the RBI to the CFMC cell in Bangalore. That must be done in 7 days. ठीक है, from the end of the month every time. ठीक है, so within 21 calendar days you have to submit to the RBI and copy to CFMC within done 7 calendar days. हालांकि this 21 days now reduced to the 14 days now. I'll show you that circular also. So the question here is, which of the following statement is correct or incorrect? Of statement 1, bank are required to conduct the annual review of fraud, present it to the board of director or local advisory board for information. Statement 2, bank need not to conduct a separate review for fraud cases occurring in the quarter ending March in addition to the quarterly review. Statement 3, information related to the fraud for the quarter ending June, September, December should be presented before the audit committee of the board director during the month following the respective quarter. And statement 4 is, the quarterly review for the quarter ending March is not essential and its finding must be reported to the RBI for verification. So all these statements are correct. बताइए. ठीक है, the answer will be here, that is C. ठीक है, 2 and 4 correct, 1 and 3 incorrect. Why it is correct? See, why the first statement is incorrect? Bank are required to conduct the annual review of fraud and present to the board of director or local advisory committee. No notification of requirement for presenting this review before the board. Second is true, there is no need to separate review. Statement 3 is false again. Information related to fraud for the quarter ending June, September should be presented before the audit committee of board during the month following the respective quarter, not to the board itself. You have to show to the ठीक है, audit committee of board, that is. So next is, what is the objective of preventive vigilance? See, there are 3 types of vigilance: preventive, deductive or punitive. Preventive is basically to prevent something wrongdoing which can happen in the future. Deductive is find out what is the complaint is all about, find out the nature of complaint, scanning the complaint, and punitive is giving the punishment order. So statement 1 is, the primary goal of preventive vigilance is to exercise watchfulness and diligence among the employee to prevent toward incident that could adversely affect the organization financial or reputational standing. 2 is, preventive vigilance aim to ensure the strict adherence to the bank established policy, system and procedure, thereby safeguarding the bank interest and maintaining its integrity. Third is, one of the key objectives of preventive vigilance is to establish effective procedure and system that restrain the act of wrongdoing. Preventive vigilance contribute to curtailing the misconduct across the various operational areas. ठीक है, ठीक है, the answer will be here, that is D. Statement, all these statements are true because see, what is the meaning of preventive vigilance? That involve creating the sense of watchfulness and diligence among the employee. Second is, preventive vigilance focus on ensuring that all the employee adhere strictly to the bank established policy, system, procedure, the commitment to following the established guideline. Third is, one of the key objective of preventive vigilance is to establish effective procedure and system that act as a deterrent against act of wrongdoing. Statement 4 is, highlight the importance of preventive vigilance. ठीक है, next is, what measure right enterprise adopt to mitigate the phishing and spear phishing. ठीक है, 2-factor authentication like OTP or biometric password, that is a 2-factor authentication. ठीक है, robust method to counter the phishing attack and adding the extra layer of verification during login. Strict password management policies including the regulatory password changes, and preventing password reuse. Third is educational campaign focusing on secure practice like avoiding click and all that. Statement 4, phishing attack can be fully eliminated through the use of F2A and educational campaign. So the right answer will be here A. 1, 2 and 3 are 2. Fully तो you cannot eliminate. ठीक है. So of course the all these campaign can mitigate the risk but cannot fully eliminate. ठीक है. Only mitigate the risk. Next is which factor should the disciplinary authority consider when determining the quantum of punishment? DA should impose the strict punishment regardless of the gravity of misconduct. DA means disciplinary authority. There are two type of cases in the bank: vigilance, non-vigilance. ठीक है. Vigilance are basically where malified intention is involved. Non-vigilance is where bona fide intention like negligence. ठीक है. And of course the DA will give the punishment. So how he will give? B is the DA should conform to the service rule without independent evaluation. That is also wrong. Third is DA should consider consistency, equity, gravity of misconduct and proper. So basically the principle of natural justice he has to apply. He has to hear both the party, proper equity should be there and check the gravity of misconduct. Suppose if any employee he is absent for 30 days, you cannot give him the dismissal or removal from service. That is a higher gravity. So according to the misconduct, you can give the punishment to the employee. ठीक है. C is the right answer. So when deciding the quantum of punishment, the DA should apply independently logical, unbiased judgment. Next is what is the standard tenure of CAIIB in a bank and how does tenure change when transition from one bank to another? CAIIB basically similar to the CV only, but they are posted in the foreign bank and private bank. We called it as a CAIIB. Option A, normal tenure is 2 years, extendable up to 3 years. CAIIB change, then it will be 5 years. Normal is 3, extendable up to 2. CAIIB changes bank before completing approved tenure, total 6 years. Third is normal is 4, extendable up to 1 and CAIIB change from one bank to another, total tenure of 7 years apply. Then the normal tenure of CAIIB is 5 and extendable up to 2, total tenure is 7 years. So of course B is the right answer. ठीक है. Next is now there is a case study comes. Zenith Bank, a mid-sized financial institution, faced rising internal fraud incident despite having a strict policy. A senior officer, ठीक है, and responsible for approving high-value loan was suspected of colluding with borrower to approve fraudulent application. The vigilance team detected anomalies in loan approval, prompting an investigation. A forensic audit revealed that officer had bypassed preventive control, exploiting discretionary power, and detective vigilance team analyzed the transaction pattern, uncovering unapproved procedural deviation. Subsequently, punitive vigilance action were initiated, leading to the departmental inquiry and legal proceeding. To prevent reoccurrence, the bank strengthened preventive vigilance measures, including job rotation, increased internal audit, and AI-based transaction monitoring. The case underscored the critical role of vigilance function in safeguarding public fund. So, question 1 is, what is the primary limitation of detective vigilance in the banking operation? Option A, it is focused on future risk prevention rather than identifying lapses. It becomes ineffective if punitive vigilance measures are not executed swiftly. Third is, it requires high level of financial literacy among employees. Fourth is, it depends solely on the external audit report to detect fraud. So basically, what is the right answer? The primary limitation of deductive vigilance in the banking operation is deductive is basically to find out the level of the complaint. It becomes ineffective if punitive vigilance measures are not executed swiftly. So basically, what is the meaning of the deductive vigilance? That is all about identifying the lapses, fraud, misconduct within the organization. Okay? So if punitive vigilance is not enforced promptly, delayed disciplinary action weaken the deterrent impact. Employee will repeat those type of mistakes. Okay? So if punitive measure is not proper, it is not proper, or it is not strict, then definitely it can, if it is proper, it can encourage the unethical behavior, it can discourage the unethical behavior. So it should be proper. Okay? Next is, which of the following preventive vigilance measure would best address the misuse of discretionary power in loan approval? बताइए. ठीक है. Increasing penalty severity for fraudulent activity, conducting forensic audit, implementing real-time transaction monitoring. So that is, what is the right answer? The right answer will be here C, implementing the real-time transaction. So preventive vigilance is all about minimizing the fraud risk and robust systematic control that detect and deter the irregularity before they occur. ठीक है. So that is the C is the right answer. Next is, why is job rotation is effective in the preventive vigilance? It disrupts fraudulent collusion by reducing the prolonged control over sensitive role. It increases the chances of detecting fraud through the routine inspection. It creates an environment where employee fear disciplinary action. So job rotation is necessary because it disrupts the fraudulent collusion by reducing the prolonged control over the sensitive role. See, all the sensitive role, all the like treasury, credit, where actually you have to be careful that staff will be rotated because of the corruption. What is the key difference between the preventive and punitive? Option A, preventive vigilance is regulatory, punitive is operational, that focus on deterrence. Of course, C is the right answer. It mitigates the risk before it occurs. Punitive is all about penalty. Okay? The threshold for EWS and red flagged account is the exposure of, so what is the right answer for that? 500 million and above. These comes under the RFA account and EWS. That is the threshold amount you have to remember. Okay? Next is, this is the lodgement of complaint which came earlier, but now last year there is a new circular came. I'll show you that circular also. For the private sector bank, foreign bank, 10,000 above state police, 0.1 million above state police. If the complaint amount is 10 million above, SFIO you have to report. Okay? For public sector bank, 10,000 to 0.1 state police, 0.1 to 30 million is it economic offence wing, and 30 to 250 either economic offence or anti-corruption branch. हालांकि this amount is now completely changed. Next is, more than 250 to 500 is it BSFC, the agency where you can complain, and more than 500 joint director CBI. Okay? Now I'll show you the circular also. Okay? 1 second. You can just type it here even. That is RBI circular on fraud. Okay? And that is July 2024. So now limit has changed according to this circular. Okay? This is the circular which you can find out. See, now you can see here the amount is completely different. Now what is the, according to this circular, what is the amount? For private sector, it is below 1 crore, right? Then state police, 1 crore and above, it is SFIO. So basically the limit is simplified now. For public sector bank, below 6 crore and 6 crore and above, that is CPI. So this is the new circular now, and even the FMR limit is also days reduced now, that is 14 days now. Okay, so this is a very important circular. You can just go through this circular. Okay, chaliye. So now I'm ending this marathon, and now Vishal sir will be joining. Okay, so I'm just ending this marathon. Just wait.
So welcome everyone. Welcome to the module A and C. So just now you saw module B and D from Suprabha ma'am. Now we'll be covering module A and C. In module A and C, there are many numericals. Many means I have dedicated almost 40-45 minutes for, I'll be dedicating the same for numericals only. It's not immediately. As we go on, some questions on numericals, but roughly in this session, we will be having around 40 minutes for numericals, at least. Now kindly note the numericals over here are basically case studies. We'll be covering all the numericals and case studies for chapter 3 central tendencies also. Some of them for module C stressed assets also. Some ratios also. So we'll try to cover maximum. Okay. And theory questions also. Theory also. But kindly remember, prime importance in A and C is numericals. Okay. You can't clear A and C if you can't understand, don't get numericals. Okay. So let's move on with the first question for today. Which of the following tools or techniques for financial statements is also referred to as pyramid method? Which of the techniques is also referred to as pyramid method? Now this is the bouncer for many of you, right? Which of them? Funds flow, cash flow analysis, common size statements, and trend analysis. So which of them is known as a pyramid method? Yes, everyone. What is the answer? Which of them is known as a pyramid method? Very difficult one. Yeah. Yes. Is it this fund flow or is it cash flow? Is it funds flow or cash flow? Is it so? So the real answer is, what did you get? Let me see the comment section. The pyramid method is always D, trend analysis. Trend, studying the trends is known as pyramid method. Okay. What do you have in pyramid method? See, pyramid means what basically? You are basically calculating the different items, ratios for various periods. So trend means what? What do you study in trend? In trend you study what was it for last year, then this year, for this year. Like this you go on comparing for last 3 years. That is known as pyramid. Okay. So in exam if they ask you pyramid method, kindly note it's trend analysis. Okay. Which of the following is not included under coverage ratios? Coverage. So which of them is not included under coverage ratios? Capital gearing ratio, debt service coverage ratio, fixed charges coverage ratio, and interest coverage ratio. So which of the ratios is not included in coverage ratios? Now what is coverage ratio? Coverage means which can cover my EMI. Suppose here there are various coverage ratios. First one is, let's say, DSCR, debt service coverage ratio, means whether that customer will be able to repay my installment in the next year. Next year, only next year. That is DSCR. What is ICR? Interest coverage ratio, whether the customer will be able to repay my interest. Similarly, these fixed charges, whatever are my fixed charges, legal charges, whether the customer is able or does he or she have the capacity to pay those charges. So that is all considered under this ratios, coverage ratios. So which one is not there? Let's see. Let's see one by one. Capital gearing ratio. So capital gearing ratio means what? This you can call it as debt equity ratio. Debt equity. Capital gearing. What is my loans from outside? Okay, upon what is my loans from inside, my own money. How much loan have I taken from the bank and how much money I am having on my own. So that ratio is known as capital gearing ratio. Okay. Next is debt service coverage ratio. This I've already told you, but look at the formula. Okay. Profit plus depreciation plus interest on long-term loan upon total EMI plus interest on long-term loan. So that is taken over here. DSCR means profit plus depreciation plus interest on long-term loan upon total EMI plus interest on long-term loan, right? So that is DSCR. What is fixed coverage? Fixed charges. See, fixed charges means NPAT, net profit after tax, plus interest expenses plus lease expenses. Look at this, charges, whether the charges the customer will be able to repay. So NPAT, net profit after tax, plus interest expense plus lease expense, the whole upon. Look at this, again these two are added. Interest expense plus lease expense plus long-term debt retired. Okay, plus long-term debt retired. Retired means which have been repaid. Plus preferred dividend. So these are all added under fixed charges coverage ratio. See, this ratio is new one. It is not there in the books. Okay, it's not there too much in the books, but you have to look at it. Kindly write down the formula which is given. Okay, write down the formula given over there. Okay, NPAT plus interest expense plus lease expense upon. These two are again added. Interest plus lease expense plus long-term debt retired plus preferred dividend. Write down this formula. And last one, you know, interest coverage ratio. That is used for your CC. EBIT, earning before interest and taxation, upon interest on long-term loan. So it's very simple. EBIT upon interest on long-term loan. Okay. So which of them is not there? So capital gearing ratio. The answer is A. This is not covered in the coverage ratios. So it is capital gearing ratio. A is the answer. Kindly note. The answer is A. Okay, this one is the answer, not included. Okay, got it? Next, look at this. This is a sort of case study. A salesman collects a survey on feedback of the product from every fourth customer. So he selects the first customer to be surveyed randomly, and after that, every fourth customer is surveyed. What type of sampling is he doing? Now see this. This is the important chapter which you have, sampling distribution. Okay, roughly third chapter. Okay, second chapter. It's there. In this, kindly note, what are the various ways of sampling? There are 4 ways of sampling: systematic, stratified, simple random, and cluster. So these 4 are only there. These are called as probability sampling. There are also non-probability sampling, that is separate. That snowball sampling is there, convenience sampling is there, that we won't touch it today. But these 4 are probability sampling. One of them, at least 2 of them are asked to you in exam. So now, if somebody is collecting, see what am I doing over here? If I am the salesperson, what am I doing? First person. Then 1, 2, 3, leave it. Second person. 1, 2, 3, leave it. Again third person. Same thing. 1, 2, 3 and fourth person. So what am I doing? I am collecting every fourth person, or I am interviewing every fourth person. So what is this method called as? In the comment section, everyone. This is known as systematic sampling. Systematic. Okay? Understand the difference between all these. Systematic means sequentially, with a proper order. Stratified means what? Stratified sampling. This creates differences, means 40%, those students with 20% marks, those students with 40% marks, those with 60%, 80%, like this. We make separate groups. That is stratified. Simple random means what? Anything. I'll close my eyes and select any 10 students. Here, I'll just move out and select. That is simple random. Cluster means what? Generally, cluster is followed for regional differences or regional bifurcation. Students from Goa stand on this side. Students from Maharashtra stand this side. Students from Tamil Nadu stand here. Kashmir stand here. So, regional. Okay. So, got this point? The answer over here is systematic sampling. A research associate has conducted a survey for around 1500 families with respect of their water consumption pattern during the month of April. Now he wants to quickly summarize the large amounts of data collected by him using spreadsheet. Which feature among the following should be used? So now, macros, pivot table, mathematical functions and logical functions. Now he wants, what has he done? He has done a large survey. In fact, I'll give you an answer, E. All of them. Okay? E is the answer. E, I've given this option. Check this. He has conducted a survey of 1500 families. So he'll have a large data now. 1500 is a big number. Analyzing that large data is very difficult task. Okay? So he wants to quickly summarize the large amounts. Okay? Quickly summarize the large amounts. Quickly summarize the large amounts. So which feature among the following should he use? So if he wants to summarize the large data, he must use macros, pivot table, mathematical functions or logical functions. In fact, E is the answer, all of them. Because what you will be needing when, you don't know. And all these are important functions. Macros, okay, macros is for repetition. Whenever you have to repeat certain function constantly or certain process constantly, you will use macros. Pivot table, this is like the benchmark table, pivot. This is used everywhere. Copy, just you have to copy this table and put it everywhere. So that is pivot. So you can use this also. Mathematical functions, you know it, plus, minus, whatever, additions and whatever big functions are also there, logarithmic and everything. And logical functions. So all of them should be used, isn't it? So the answer is E, all of them. Prudential guidelines on income recognition, asset classification and provisions were introduced by RBI on the recommendation of which of the following committee? So income recognition, prudential guidelines on income recognition were introduced on the recommendation of which committee? Rangarajan committee, Chakraborty committee, Deepak Mohanty committee or Narsimham committee. So, because of which committee were they introduced? Very important committee this was, very important. Yeah. Think. Yes. This committee made major changes Okay, in the banking, what was it? Yeah, it was which committee? This committee was one of the major committees in the banking system. Think, which was it? It's very famous committee, very famous. It's the base of your modern banking. It is the base of your modern banking, and it is Narsimham Committee. Okay, Narsimham Committee. In fact, there were two Narsimham committees, 91 and 98. Two Narsimham committees were there, and both the Narsimham committees gave very good recommendation. Because of 1991 committee, our country, we brought the private banking. All these new private banks which you see, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, because of this 91 Narsimham committee, they have come in. Then in 1998, again Narsimham committee was set up, and it gave the freedom to insurance sector. Okay, means the major changes in the insurance sector, airlines were made in 1998, and that was given by Narsimham committee too. Okay, so all these guidelines were brought because of this Narsimham committee. The outstanding balance in the account based on drawing power calculated from stock statements older than dash would be deemed as out of order. Oh, very important. So, outstanding balance, so basically what does it mean? What is the period above which the stock statement submitted by the customer or the stock details submitted by the customer are outdated? Simple meaning. What should I consider? Suppose if I give you a stock statement tomorrow and that stock is 2 years old. So is that stock of any use to you then? If it is 2 years old, it means what? If some stock is 2 years old, it means that stock is dead stock, right? That stock is dead stock. So it's of no use to you, isn't it? So which one? What is the criteria? From where do I say this stock is of no use? Is it for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months and 12 months? It depends. See this. Again, every bank will have a specific criteria of their own. But generally what is accepted in bank? Generally accepted in bank is 6 months. Up to 6 months you can consider the stock as okay type. But again it depends on the business. Suppose if I am having a vegetable vendor, 6 months stock is of zero use to me. If I am an agriculturist, I am a farmer, then 6 months stock, I am having onions, 6 months stock is of zero use to me. That's why I said, depends on the company and the bank, specific bank's guidelines or board of directors directives. But generally it is considered as 6 months. Okay. Next. Among the below mentioned, which of the following is correctly matched? Correctly. Look at this. Now look at this. The point over here is you might be feeling that all of them are correct. Executive director, the role, or this independent director, internal control. But you must know, here we have to match the following. Okay, it may be this and this may not match. So this is what you have to check. So executive director means member of the board who does not have management responsibilities within the bank. Okay, so member of the board who does not have management responsibilities does not. He is an independent sort of means this director is sort of he is not directly liable to the management. Independent director, executive member of the board who does not have management responsibilities, again the same. Internal control system, a set of rules and controls governing the bank's organizational and operational structure, including reporting processes and functions for risk management, compliance and internal audit, and all of the above. So which of them is correct? Do you mean to say that executive director does not have any responsibility? Independent director does not have any responsibility? It can't be the case. Okay. When you are on the board of directors of any company or any bank, whenever you are on the board of directors of any bank, you always have a responsibility. Okay, whatever decisions you do, you give, will affect the overall banking. Okay, so that's why executive director, independent director, these are false. And this one is true. Internal control system, a set of rules and controls governing the bank's organizational and operational structure, including reporting process and functions for risk management, compliance and internal audit. Now this is so true. What do you mean by internal control? Internal control means I'll always focus on 2-3 parts. One is compliance, second is business. So leave aside business. Right now we are not discussing business. So compliance. Compliance will be what? Compliance will be related to your internal board of directors policies, BOD policies or SOPs, plus your regulatory body, means RBI. You'll have to follow the compliance in these 2 parts. Plus any other body, means RBI means not only RBI, it can be some, you can have the compliance related to SEBI also. You can have the compliance related to IRDA also. So all the bodies. So internal control means what? It is having the set of rules and controls governing the bank, organizational and operational structure. Again, operations. So here you have to see to it that the compliance material or the compliance process is followed by the staff also. The staff needs to be well educated about this, trained about this. Otherwise, having the compliance only on paper is of zero use. Got it? Having the compliance only on paper is of zero use. So reporting process. Nowadays we have all this online reportings. Okay? RBI has also made online reportings under various platforms now. A bank's gross NPA was 50,000 crore before AQR. AQR means what? Quarterly review. Okay? Before AQR. After the review, 20% of the bank's substandard assets worth 30,000 crore were reclassified as substandard assets requiring 15% provisions. So, 20% of the bank's standard assets worth 30,000 crores were reclassified as substandard assets. Okay? So, it is given that the bank's standard assets were reclassified as substandard assets. Now, the reclassification has happened. Now, once this reclassification happens, many things change. Now, it's given requiring 15% provision. So, these will be what? If they are requiring 15% provision, these will be secured assets. Because substandard provisioning is, what is the substandard provisioning? Substandard provisioning equals to, it is substandard. For secured it is 15%. For unsecured it is 25%. And if it is, third one is this infra. If it is infra, then it is 20%. Okay? Infra is 20%. Got it? Infra unsecured part. Okay? Infra unsecured. Unsecured infra. So that is 20%, not 25%, but that is specifically for infra. Okay? So now it's given that 15%, so these will be these. Now what is given? 50,000 crore was a gross NPA. After the review, 20% of the standard assets were added to the substandard. So now again NPA has increased. So now what is the question? Question is assets reclassified as substandard assets. So how many assets are there now which are reclassified as substandard assets? Think, very, very, very easy question. Think over it. Very easy question. What is the answer you are getting? Very, very, very easy question. What is it given? 20% of what? Assets were 30 crores. So 20% of the bank's standard assets were 30 crores. So this what we'll have to do. 20% of the 30 crores will be reclassified as substandard. So 20% of 30 crores, 30 CR will be this new NPAs. Okay. So what is the answer for this? 20% of 30 crores. Crores means how many zeros? It starts from there. Okay. So crores means how many zeros? I think 7 zeros. 10 lakh is 6 zeros. 1 crore is 7 zeros. Correct. Okay. Because 10 lakhs is 6 zeros. So 1 crore is 7 zeros. So 30 crores. So 30 plus 7 zeros. So 3 plus 8 zeros. Okay. 3 and then 8 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 30 crores. Right. 3 plus 8 zeros. Everyone, don't make mistake in zeros. Okay. 10 lakh, basic remember, 10 lakh is 6 zeros. So 10 into 10 times, so 6 means 7 zeros will be 1 crore. But you are requiring 30 crores. So this zero will be added. So 8 zeros, 3 and 8 zeros. So into what? 20%? 20%. Percent means divided by 100. So 0.2 into 0.2. So you are getting it as 1, 2, 3, 6 crores. Yeah, 6 crores. So new NPAs are 6 crores over here. Okay, 15%, 30,000 crores. What was it? Oh, 30,000. Okay, it's not 30 crores. 30,000 crores. Things will change now. 30,000 crores. Okay. So 30,000 to 3. 30,000 and then CR. So 3 zeros will be added now. So it will be more. It will be more now. It will be 6,000 crores. Yeah, 6,000 crores it will be. So it is coming out to be 6,000 rupees. 6,000 crores. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll keep a simple trick now. We won't touch this crores. Okay. We will not touch the crores. Let's keep it simple. Okay. We will not touch the crores over here. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll let this crores remain as it is. We'll only touch with the figures. 30,000. So 20% of 30,000. So 6,000. Crores is same. We won't touch this crore figure now. That's simple. Next, provision required for newly classified substandard asset. Newly classified. What is the provision required? It is already given that 15% provision will be required. 15%. So now 15% into this new assets, new substandard assets, 6,000. So what is the answer? 15% into 6,000 crores. So that is equal to, do it, 15 6 is 90. So it will be something 900. 15% means, yeah, 900, because 10% is 600. So 900. So 900 CR. 900 CR. This much is the provision required. New provision required for the new assets. Okay. New provision required for the new assets. What is my gross NPA now? New gross NPA. New gross NPA. What was my earlier NPA? My earlier NPA was 50,000. Right? So new gross NPA is what? 50,000 plus, what is my new NPA? Substandard. See, whatever has become substandard is a new NPA. So 6,000. So that is equal to rupees 56,000. This much crores. Crores, na? Crores, yeah. So you should never forget this crores. Okay, so CR. So what is your new gross NPA? 56,000 CR. Big bank it is. Okay. What will happen now? What is the last question? Impact on profit. What will be the impact on profit? Who can tell me? Now you will have to make this new provision. See, understand this. You are making a new provision. Whenever you are making a new provision, from where are you making this new provision? This one. Which one? This provision. 900 CR. This provision. 900 CR which you are making. From where are you making? Where is the money? The money comes from P&L. Your net profit. So net profit will get hit. Net profit will reduce. By how much? By how much will it reduce? This provision, what is that provision? 900. By 900. 900, of course, CR. You don't forget this CR. Crores. Okay? Got it, everyone? This numerical is asked in the exams, and something more will be asked for 5 marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and something more will be asked. 1 more will be added. So that becomes 5 marks. Okay? Classification NPA stressed assets is a huge topic. Okay? In a resolution case under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the total admitted claims amount to 70,000 crores. The resolution plan led to a recovery of 28,000 crores. So calculate the recovery rate. What is the recovery rate? Very simple numerical. Recovery rate. Very simple. Recovery rate is very simple. What is my recovery? Recovery upon, what is that? Earlier one. What is this? Claims. Total admitted claims. Okay? Admitted. So that is simple, isn't it? So 28,000 divided by 70,000. Right? 28,000 divided by 70,000. Do it, everyone. 28,000, 28 divided by 70. Simple. Forget this 1000. Everything will get cancelled. Okay? Crores also gets cancelled. So 28 upon 70. What is the answer? 0.4. Or you can call it 40%. 40%. This is known as the recovery rate in stressed assets. As per the IBC, you are asked this question. Recovery rate. Okay? Got it, everyone? This is the recovery rate as per the IBC. Now one more. Let's do it one more on this. Yes. Big case study. A bank has a total capital of 5,000 CR and risk-weighted asset of 40,000 CR. A minimum capital adequacy ratio requirement is 10.5%, including CCB. 9 plus 2.5. It should be 11.5. Okay, let's make this 11.5 because as per that is as per the Basel 10.5. We at RBI require it 11.5. Okay, this is the world is following 10.5. We are following 11.5. Okay, conservation buffer. However, due to the severe economic downturn, 10% of the bank's assets worth 20,000 crore are downgraded to doubtful assets. So 10% of the standard assets are downgraded to doubtful assets, requiring now doubtful assets requiring 50% provision for the secured portion and 100% for the unsecured portion. So what we'll do, as per our norms, we'll change it. Requiring doubtful, so we'll make this 40%. Okay, because we have the provision of 25 and 40. Doubtful one is 25 and doubtful 2 is 40. Okay, So let's consider it 40%, requiring 40% for the secured portion and 100% for the unsecured portion. Assuming the unsecured portion is 30% of the doubtful assets, assuming the unsecured portion is 30% of the doubtful assets. So total whatever are the doubtful assets, out of that 30% are unsecured. Very confusing numerical. Okay. This is in D2, doubtful 2 we'll write it, doubtful 2 assets. Okay, D2. Because D2 has this provision of 40 and 100. D1 has the provision of 2500. Okay. So now, assuming the unsecured portion, so remember the unsecured portion is 30% of the doubtful assets. Now where are the questions? But questions are huge. Let's see. Let me show you. All of you got this? What is the case? Okay, total capital is given, RW, this is a sort of BFM problem also. In BFM also this is asked, in ABM also this can be asked. Okay, because this is a part of your stressed assets. So what are the questions? Calculate current CAR, means capital adequacy ratio, asset downgraded to doubtful assets, secured doubtful assets, unsecured doubtful assets, provision for secured doubtful assets, provision for unsecured doubtful assets, total additional provisions, reduced capital, initial capital minus additional provisions, okay, and new CAR. So many questions are there. Out of these, some 4-5 will be asked to you in exam. Okay, so 5 marks case study is there. So 5 marks, 5 questions. So let's solve one by one. Let's try to solve one by one, each one. Let's try. What is this? Current CAR. What is my current CAR over here? What is my current CAR? Current capital adequacy ratio. What is my present capital adequacy ratio? Capital upon RWA. What is the formula for CAR? Capital upon RWA. Let's go back. Okay, because you have to go back. Capital upon RWA. We'll do this fast. Capital upon RWA. What is my capital? 5,000. What is my RWA? 40,000. Simple. So 5,000 upon 40,000. Do it everyone. We'll do it fast now. 5,000 upon 40,000. So shall I write it over here only? 5,000 upon 40,000. Of course into 100 you have to do it later. 100. So what is the answer? Everyone try this. 5,000 upon 40,000. What are you getting? 5 upon 40. Try it everyone on the calci into 100. So you must get it as, are you getting it? 12.5%. 12.5%. Okay. Assets downgraded to doubtful. What are the assets which are downgraded to doubtful? What is given? Due to some severe condition, what is happening? 10% of the bank's standard assets worth 20,000 crore were downgraded to doubtful too. So 10% of 20,000. So what are the assets downgraded to doubtful? 10% of into, okay, or 10% into 20,000 CR. I won't write crores now. So 10% into 20,000 is 2,000 CR. 2,000 CR. This much is downgraded to doubtful 2. Let's write it 2 over here. Secured doubtful assets. Which are the secured doubtful assets? Now what is the secured doubtful assets given? There is one point given in the numerical. Look at this. Assuming the unsecured portion is 30% of the doubtful assets. So unsecured is unsecured equals to 30%. So secured will be what? Secured equals to 70%. 70% of the total doubtful assets. So 70% of what now? What of 70% of what? So how many have been converted to doubtful assets now? Just now we saw it. How many of them have been converted to doubtful? 2,000. So secured portion will be 70% into 2,000. Okay, that is, okay, 70% into 2000. So it is 7 to the 14, right? 1400 CR. This is secured doubtful assets. What is unsecured then? Simple, remaining one, 600 CR, because 2000 minus 1400. So 600 CR is my this unsecured doubtful assets. Provision for secured doubtful assets. What is the provision now? Provision for secured doubtful. We are in D2 category. See, it is all D2. Huh? Doubtful means D2. D2. Everywhere it's D2. Okay. So provision for secured D2, it is 40%. 40% of the assets. So 40% into what is the secured part? 1400. 1400. So that is equal to 14 for the 56. 560 CR. Right? 40%, no? 56 upon 100. Am I doing it wrong? This? So 14 for the 56. Correct. 560. 40%. Okay, correct it is. I thought, am I doing it wrong? So 560, okay. Second, provision for unsecured assets. What is the provision for unsecured assets? Unsecured is what? Where is it? Unsecured, 600. It is always 100%. So 100%, 100%. So 100%. So that is equal to 600 CR. Okay, 600 CR, new, these are all new provisions. So what is my total provision now? See this, total additional provision. What is it? Add this, 560 plus 600. So 1160, 1160 CR. So simple case study it is, right? But looking at the case study, we get afraid. Huh? What is this? I don't know. If your mindset becomes, I don't know, you will not know anything. Problem is so simple, right? But if your mindset is positive, you will know everything. Okay? Reduced capital. What is the reduced capital? Now this is the provision made. Whatever is the provision, I'll have to subtract it from the capital. What was the capital? I think so 5,000. So 5,000 minus 1160. Right? This additional provision, from where will I make the provision? This provision comes from my capital or my net profit, right? Is there anything given about the net profit? Nothing. Either the provision comes from the net, capital is means net profit only. See this, capital includes 4 parts. One is your share capital, second is your net profit, reserves and surplus, and revaluation reserves at 45%. So these 4 elements are only there. Okay, so from there you will have to reduce it. Now nothing is given, only capital is given. No net profit is given, no R&S is given, no revaluation is given. So take capital only. So 5,000 minus 1160. So what is the answer? 5,000 minus this, you do it on the calculator. These confusing calculations, don't do it orally. Because we always get confused in this. 3840. Right? 3840 crores, of course, everything is crores. New CAR, new capital adequacy ratio. Now RWA remains the same, but your capital has reduced. So it is new CAR is 3840 divided by, what is that? RWA 40,000. That is same, that is not changing. So 40,000 into 100. Okay, you have to do it into 100. So get the answer now. 3840 upon 40,000 into 100. So 9.6. 9.6%. So new capital adequacy is 9.6%. Earlier it was 12.5. Now it is 9.6%. It has got reduced. Why? Because of your NPAs. Okay? Whenever your bank has NPAs, remember you are in trouble. Okay, try to avoid as much NPAs as possible or try to convert them. If possible, try to recover them as much as possible. What are the methods of measuring working capital? What are the methods? Means which all methods are used? This is there in your module C, working capital. These methods are asked. In details they are asked. What are the methods? One is percent of sales method. Second is regression analysis method. Third is operating cycle method. And fourth is D is all of these. So which of them are the methods you know? Type in the comment section, everyone. Which methods do you know? Is regression analysis the method? Regression. Is regression analysis the method of calculating the working capital? It is. Okay, it is. See, I'll explain you these methods. It is always percent of sale is always turnover based. Okay, percent of sale is turnover based. JA committee's report. Okay, NAIC committee's report. NAIC committee had recommended this, that every company or every organization below 5 crores turnover should have 25% as a CC. Out of that, 5% will be from the customer, 20% from the bank. So this was NAIC committee. NAIC. Okay, 25% working capital. Out of this 25%, 5% by customer margin and 20% by bank. This is NAIC committee. Okay, remember this NAIC committee is asked in exams. NAIC committee, very important committee for MSMEs. Second is regression analysis. Regression means what? Past trends. In last 7 years, what was my sales? So this year also same thing will continue, same trend will continue. That is past trend. So regression means basically past trend, past. This is generally useful for investors. They generally judge. Last 5-6 years, the average sale was, let's say, 100 lakhs. So this year also it will be around 100 plus 5 lakhs, 105 lakhs. This can go wrong if the company has invested in some technology and the sales immediately grow. Then it can go wrong. But it's basically the method is past regression analysis. Third is operating cycle. This is mainly based on Tandon committee. Tandon committee. Again, important committee from your exam point of view. Tandon committee. There are 3 Tandon committees. Tandon committee 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Kindly remember the 3 Tandon committees are very important. It's a sort of case study for you. Okay. Tandon committee method 1. How many of you remember this? Tell me. Tandon committee method 1. It is, see this, I'll give you in short, 75% bank finance, directly 75% into current asset minus current liability. Okay. 75% into current asset minus current liability. This is your Tandon committee method 1. Okay. Here what do I do? This method is known as working capital gap. See, this is a sort of case study. You are studying in details over here. You are not just answering them. The answer is this, all of these. Okay, all of this is the answer. But the purpose of the sessions is not to give you just the answers, A, B, C, D. To explain you the concepts. That's very important. So here 75% into current asset minus current liabilities. This current asset minus current liabilities is known as a working capital gap. This is known as WC gap. WC gap. Okay. Or there is another word to this. that is called as NWC, net working capital, NWC. So it's called as working capital gap or NWC, anything. Depending on whatever book wants, it will write. So 75% of this NWC or 75% of this gap. Simple, Tandon committee method 1. This is generally used in DP calculations, drawing power. Okay, this is not minus. Many of you will feel it's minus. Okay, so this is DP calculations. It is used in DP calculations. Drawing power. Drawing power is the main element in any CC. Okay, any CC, DP is the main element. Now, second method is, now look at this, 75% into, now look at this, very important, current asset minus current liability. So what are you doing over here? See the difference. First you are multiplying current asset multiplied by 75%. Whatever is the answer, you are then subtracting it, means you are subtracting the current liabilities from that. See the difference, here the bracket, here no bracket. So this is method 2, Tandon committee method 2. This is used for sanctioning the CC, for sanctioning a disbursement. Whenever you sanction or disburse, you use this method. DP calculation, first method. Okay, DP calculation, first method. Sanctioning, second method. Now what is third method then? Third method means, see this, there is something called as core current asset. In fact, I am having the topic over here. We are having this topic in today's lecture only. So at that time also I will explain you. Okay, we are having this. See, this is the method number 3. This is the next question for Tandon committee method 3. Okay, so I will be explaining you at this time also. So now let's focus on this. So up till now we have got this Tandon committee method 3. I'll explain you in the next question. Okay. There is a deep explanation required in this, in method 3 also, because there is something called as core current asset. It's not that simple. Okay. So let's move on. So now these are the 3 methods. So all the methods are useful for calculating the working capital. All of them. In fact, RBI has told that bank can devise their own method. It's not compulsory that you should follow these 3 methods only. You can devise your own method. Because these methods, many of these methods are not useful for, let's say, IT industry, service industry. These methods are not useful. Okay. So many of these methods are of zero use for IT service industry. There you have to devise your own methods depending on the requirement of the client. Many of these methods are not useful for seasonal businesses. Suppose let's say I am selling crackers, patake for Diwali. My business is only for Diwali. The remaining year I won't be requiring any working capital. But during the Diwali season, I will be requiring huge amount. So many of these methods will not be useful. So in that case, what you have to do is you have to design your own methods as per the requirement of the client. Okay. So now let's move on to next. Now this is the Tandon committee method 3. Under which of the following methods of lending enterprise is required to bring 100% of entire core current assets and at least 25% of the remaining current assets? So this is method 3 I was talking of. So the answer is obviously third method of lending. Okay, third method of lending by Tandon committee, third method. But what is this third method? That also you need to understand. This third method is related to, number 1, remember, what is the formula? 75% into current asset minus core current asset. Okay, look at this. Minus current liabilities. Look at this formula properly. Very important formula. 75% into current asset minus core current asset. Okay, minus current liabilities. Now, what is a core current asset? What is a core current asset? Anyone? Just type in the comment section. What is the core current asset? Yes, let me see. What do you mean by this? That's why I said this requires explanation. Core current asset is not that simple to understand. It's not that simple. Okay, it is a sort of permanent working capital which is required. It is a permanent or fixed component of the firm's working capital limit. Means what? Permanent or fixed component. See, remember this. Permanent component or fixed component. Okay. What does this mean? What is the permanent component of working capital? Permanent component means here. Suppose if you have sanctioned 50 lakhs CC to any customer, 50 lakhs CC to any customer. Okay. Now you see the range of that customer. This customer generally moves between, this customer's transactions are between, let's say, 50 lakhs and 42 lakhs. Generally, 42 lakhs means every month the transactions of the customer move between this range only, 42 lakhs and 50 lakhs, 42 lakhs and 50 lakhs. His transaction never comes down below 42 lakhs. Actually, what is the logic of CC? CC means it is closed on demand. So, on demand loan it is. So, it means that this loan should get closed, the transaction should go up to 10 lakhs also. But this never happens. So, this 42 lakhs, which is the lower limit, is called as permanent working capital. Permanent. Below which the customer never goes. This is called as permanent working capital or fixed component of the working capital. Below which the customer will never go. Okay, this is very stringent method. Very stringent. Okay. Now imagine if you tell the customer to bring the core current assets 100%, 42 lakhs 100%, and then remaining 8 lakhs you are giving. Customer will say tata bye bye. I won't come to you, isn't it? So this method is more stringent and it is not followed that much in banking. We don't follow this in banking that much. Okay? Because minimum level of working capital, raw material, or you can say, see, some banks give some other trick also to this, other logic to this. You need to understand this core current assets as a CAIIB student. You need to understand this. You are not in JAIIB. Just writing the formula, giving the answers, that's not the logic required. You need to understand the concept. Minimum, some banks classify it like this. What is this required? Because out of 50 lakhs, if I tell this customer to bring 42 lakhs, 100%, this customer won't come to me at all. So what do the banks do? Banks follow a different method in this. Okay, what are the different methods? Banks follow like this. See. Banks say, suppose I have given a loan of 50 lakhs. So banks judge this customer. What is the minimum level of working capital requirement? Means what is the minimum level of, let's say, raw material, minimum level, okay, on which the company can function. If any crisis arises, company should be able to function on that minimum level of raw material, labor, suppliers, creditors, and debtors. So, what is the minimum level? This minimum level is classified as a core current asset. Is classified as a CCM. So, this is known as core current asset. So bank says this minimum level at least you bring it from your own money. After that, whatever is the difference, I'll find out. Okay. So this minimum level, it mainly includes the cash component. Cash is also called as the core current asset because it cannot, it's cash means cash. It's as simple. It's pure money. So try to bring in as much core current asset, which is the minimum level required. So that what happens, whenever you have this, it means that you are having the minimum level with you. It means tomorrow if some crisis arises, your company can sustain. Sustenance is the important part. So importantly remember, there are the three methods. All of them are important. 1 and 2, this 1 and 2 are used generally. One is used for DP calculations, DP drawing power, DP. What is DP? What is DP? DP calculation means every month the customer submits the stock statement. In this stock statement, what is the format? In the stock statement, the customer gives the format of what is the stock level, what is the debtor level, and what is the creditor level. Now, what you have to note in this, again, CAIIB question, what you have to note in this, none of the stock or none of the debtor, none of the creditor is okay, stock and debtor, none of them should be more than 6 months. None of them should be more than 6 months. Okay, so that is known as this means 6 months is the criteria we have kept. Now this is for general, all the customers. It may not be common for everyone. In particular cases, you have to make the changes. That's why what RBI says you judge on your own based on the customer requirements. Because there is certain stock. Suppose if I am having gold as a raw material, I am a goldsmith, I am dealing in gold, I am having gold as a raw material. If I am having more than 6 months old gold, will you not consider it? You will consider it, right? I am a, let's say, liquor provider. Liquor means we give loans for liquor also, big liquor businesses. So many liquors which are of old, means more old any liquor is, the more value it has. Won't you say in that case that, okay, more than 6 months old, discard it? Would you say like this? No. So that's what RBI says, that you check your own customer's peculiarity and then decide. These are just the thumb rules. These are not the permanent or final go over here, that you can't go beyond this. It's not that. Depending on your bank, your requirement, you can do it. Okay? Got this point, everyone? So this was a sort of case study today for the working capital, which was not the purpose of enactment of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. So these are ABCD options. So Insolvency Code was not, see this, not the purpose, not the purpose, not the purpose, okay? For enactment of insolvency means, why was this IBC Act? See, IBC means what? This chapter mainly relates to your last chapter, resolution of stressed assets and IBC. Why was the IBC brought in? First you tell me, why was in this Insolvency and Bankruptcy Act 2016 given? Na? Yeah, 2016. It was brought in 2016. Why? Because to solve major problems in the banking, very large loans were like hell. Many companies had run away, right? You know that Kingfisher Airlines and that second one, Nirav Modi, all these guys, right? So that point, after that, this insolvency and IBC was brought in. Under this, now nobody can run. Okay, IBC is one of the best options. Very fast, speedy, very speed. You follow the lecture of mine on this, okay, in the paid classes. It's a perfect timeline. So and so, so and so, so and so, so and so. That's it. And the case is resolved in this hardly 270 days. Okay, within 1 year. So, which is not the purpose? To establish an Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So, board to be established. Was this not the purpose? To consolidate and amend the laws relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of the corporate persons, partnership firms and individuals in a time-bound manner for maximization of value of assets of such persons. To promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit and balance of interest of all the stakeholders, including alterations in the order of priority of payment of government dues. To boost the recovery of the then on-performing advances accounts of the banks and the financial institutions. So, which was not the purpose over here? Big options, but which was not the purpose? In fact, when I said one of the question was from May 25, this one, okay, it was there. It was asked in a different format, but logic of that question was this. So now, tell me, which of them is not the purpose? Quite simple, promote entrepreneurship, isn't it? This is not the job of IBC, isn't it? Promote entrepreneurship. So this is the right answer. To promote entrepreneurship is not the purpose of your IBC. Got it? The provisions of IBC means, see, I'll just call it IBC now. Okay, not full name. So IBC shall not apply to. So IBC does not apply to whom? Financial providers like banks, limited liability partnership firms and individual. So whom does it not apply to? See, for that you need to first understand what the IBC. IBC has 3 parts. IBC has 3 parts. Okay, kindly note. 3 parts. Which are the parts? Okay. Part 1 gives the definitions. Okay. Part 2 describes your companies, big companies. Big companies means banks, LLP. These are defined in part 2. Private limited, limited companies. Okay. Companies are defined. Companies. And part 3 defines smaller companies. Partnership firm. Proprietorship. Proprietorship is also defined in this. Partnership. Proprietorship. That is also defined. Big words here. So these are the 3 parts of IBC. But what is not defined then? Individual is not defined. Individual doesn't have any, means the loans are not covered under this means individual loans. Only related to companies they are covered. The companies can be anything. Okay? So individual is not covered. The provision of the code shall apply means which code? IBC. The provision of the IBC code shall apply to corporate person, individual and partnership firm in relation to their cases may be. Means for what this code is applied? IBC is applied for what? When will I go to any company and just apply it? If any company is running good, shall I go and apply this code to them? No, I will not apply. This shall only apply in the cases of liquidation, voluntary liquidation. So liquidation and voluntary liquidation. What is voluntary liquidation? See, liquidations are of 2 types. One is pressed or pressurized by the banks and FIs. Some company is not performing, then it is not resolving also, means the resolution is also not done. In that case, what happens? The banks and the FIs, financial institutions, they'll say that, okay, sell this company, sell the assets. So that is forced liquidation. What is voluntary liquidation? Voluntary means the company itself says. It can go to this IBC and say that, see, I want to close my company, liquidate it voluntarily. That can also happen. It wants to sell it. Second is bankruptcy. That is also true. If any company becomes bankrupt, Gone then. Insolvency, both. These both are roughly same. So the answer is same. All of the above. See, kindly note, insolvency and bankruptcy, what is the difference? There is hardly any difference. Insolvency means your illiquidity becomes so high, you don't have liquid cash to make the payments, but it becomes so high that you become insolvent. You are not able to pay the debts. And what is bankruptcy then? Bankruptcy means that it's actually a certificate. See, understand, bankruptcy is a certificate of insolvency. It's like some person is mentally not well. So I'll say that person is, let's say, insolvent. Example, analogy I am drawing. Insolvent. But when the doctor gives the certificate that this person is not mentally well, then that becomes bankruptcy. Certificate. Okay? You are alive, but where is your life certificate? You ask in the banks, right? Nowadays it's not there, but it was there earlier. So next. Insolvency commencement date means, what is the commencement date? Insolvency commencement. These are now the technical questions. These are the important technical questions, and these will be asked in the exam. All these will be there in the exam. Insolvency commencement date means, when do we say that the insolvency process has started? What are the options? The date when the adjudicating authority makes award. Award means he gives the final ruling. That's it, done. Makes an award. Is it so? Second, the date when the resolution professional is appointed by the committee of creditors. So RP is appointed. There are various terms now. That's why follow the paid classes in this. RA is there. Okay, information memorandum is there. Then RP is there, resolution professional. IRP is there, interim resolution professional. COC is there, committee of creditors. These are just 5-6 names I am taking. There are almost 12 to 13 names and short forms. Follow the paid classes for this. It's not that simple. Okay? The date when the RP is appointed by the committee of creditors. Third one, the date of admission of an application for initiating corporate insolvency resolution process by the adjudicating authority. So date of admission, when the case gets admitted for this IBC. Admitted. I am the company. I go to the IBC and say, see, this is my case. They take it, put it in their register, admitted. The date when the adjudicating authority issues a summons to the parties. So which one is correct over here? Think over it. A, B, C, D. Mark this as A, B, C, D. Which one is correct over here? C. Correct. C is the correct one. Admission. The date of admission is known as the insolvency commencement. There is one more. Now technical term which will come now in the same today only. So date of admission. Got it? Operational creditor means, I'll give you in simple words. Operational creditor means supplier. Simple. Supplier. The one who has supplied you the goods. There are two types of creditors. One is operational, second is financial. Okay, operational. So this is the operational creditor. Ops, I'll write it. Okay. Second is financial creditor. Financial. Financial creditor means banks and FIs. Banks. And NBFCs, I'll write it. Okay. NBFCs. So who gives the finance only? Okay. So operational creditor and financial creditor. Financial creditor will give only finance. It won't look into the operations. Operational creditor means he will supply the material. He or she will supply the material. Okay. So that is known as operational creditor. So what is the answer? A person to whom operational debt is owed. Okay. Debt is owed. Whom do I owe a debt to my supplier? Yes, I owe. Because he is supplying me with the goods on udhari, credit. Understand what I was talking of. Here I am supplying, there is one supplier who is giving me, you understand, this is the simple logic of your operational creditor. He is giving me goods. And payment, I am the buyer. Okay, buyer. And payment is to be done after 90 days. Let's say 90 days. Rupees. Okay. So, here look at this. This person is a supplier, I am the buyer. So, here 90 days payment. It means that I am paying him after 90 days, means paying in udhari. So, this, do I owe a debt to the supplier? Yes. So, this is true. A person to whom operational debt is owed. Okay. To a person to whom operational debt is owed. Again the same. So, that is also true. Same. A person to whom operational debt has been legally assigned. Now, what is this third one? Legally assigned. This is known as judgment debtor and judgment creditor. Okay? Judgment debtor and judgment creditor. This is appointed by the court or the IBC or any agency. It can be DRT, it can be SURFACE Act, it can be IBC, anything. Depending on the level of that company. Okay? So, operational debt has been legally assigned. So, that is also true. So, the answer is all of the above. Okay? D is the answer. Correct? D is the answer over here. Got it, everyone? D is the answer. Clear? Next. Initiation date under IBC 2016 means initiation date. What is initiation? Technical term. Okay? Date on which the interim resolution professional is appointed. Date on which the IRP, interim resolution professional, is appointed. Okay? Second, date on which AA, I'll just write the short form now. AA accepts the corporate insolvency resolution process. AA accepts, date on which of the acceptances by the AA. Date on which the AA makes award. Date on which the financial creditor, corporate applicant or operational creditor, as the case may be, makes an application to the AA for initiating the corporate insolvency resolution process. Makes an application means anybody, anyone, let it be the company or the bank, anyone makes the application to the AA for admitting the case. Okay? A corporate insolvency process means case for this IRP. So, which is the true one over here? Is it B or is it D? Only B and D. Is it B or is it D? The answer is D. Okay, D. The date on which the financial creditor means bank or corporate applicant or any operational creditor, as the case may be, makes an application to the AA for initiating the corporate insolvency resolution process. Got it? So, this is the meaning of initiation date. A resolution plan under IBC has the following meaning. So, resolution plan means what? This chapter is very important. Okay, stressed assets, resolution of stressed assets and IBC. Very, very important. So, what is the resolution plan? A plan approved by the AA, adjudicating authority. A plan proposed by the resolution applicant, RA, for insolvency and insolvency resolution of the corporate debtor as a going concern. Plan accepted by the committee of creditors. Plan proposed by any person for insolvency resolution for corporate debtor as a going concern. So again, ABCD, what is the option? Kindly note, this D option is by any person is not the right answer. Tomorrow anyone will come and say, I have a plan, but do you have a caliber? First, plan is separate. Do you have a caliber? I'll go and tomorrow say, I can run Kingfisher Airlines, which has gone into insolvency. Do I have a caliber? Do I have the money? So this is out. Okay? So this is not there. Plan accepted by committee of creditors. That is also not the one. Accepted is not called as resolution plan. This is the right one. Plan proposed by resolution applicant. Now, who is the resolution applicant? He is a prospective buyer. Okay, prospective buyer. That buyer means he is ready to take over that company and then run it. For that, he has a plan. He has step-by-step plan. Not only plan, it's not only vision. It's step-by-step. Per step, what will I do? That is known as a plan proposed by the RA or new buyer for insolvency resolution of the corporate debtor as a going concern. Okay. Choose the desirable properties of an estimator from the following options. Desirable properties of an estimator. Okay, of an estimator. So what is an estimator? This is a chapter of estimation in your book. Module A, estimation. So this estimator means it's a tool or it's a pivot, you can call it. It's used. So it should be what? Unbiased, efficiency, consistency, and all of the above. See, unbiased means what? Any estimator, we do the estimation based on estimator. What is estimation? See, we do some experiment to the sample. Okay? And from here we apply to the whole population. We'll apply this to the population. So the estimator or the parameter which we are using for this sample, doing the estimation, this parameter should be what? Unbiased. Unbiased means what? It shouldn't be biased towards anyone. Okay? Means it should be equal for all. Second, efficiency. It should be, if I use this estimator, no other estimator should be required. Otherwise what happens? This I have used, let's say any estimator. Estimation I have done. Then also, oh, something is missing in this. So I'll have to use some other thing. That should not be the case. Consistency means if I do the experiment with the same estimator n number of times, it must give me consistent results. So which one of these is true? Or all of these are true? So the answer is all of these. Because any estimator should be unbiased, efficient, and consistent. It should give you the same results, similar results. Okay? Read the following statement and choose the correct option. Correct option. Huh? You want the correct option. Statement 1. The central limit theorem states that the distribution of sample means approximates a normal distribution as the sample size gets larger. Statement 2. In central limit theorem, the average of the sample means and standard deviations will be equal to the population mean and the standard deviation. So the average of the sample mean and the standard deviation will be equal to the population mean and the standard deviation. Which is the correct one? What do you think in this? Very important. This case study comes in exam. Almost every exam it is there. Okay? So which is the correct one then? Yeah? Which is the correct one? Think fast. First one is correct. Okay, let's do it one by one. Okay? First one is correct. What do you say? First one is correct. You agree with this? So first one is correct. Got it? First one is right. Okay, because as the sample size increases, okay, as the sample size increases, the distribution will move towards the normal distribution. Okay? So, see this, what does this mean? It means as I go on increasing the sample size, the distribution will move towards normal distribution like this. This is what the meaning of statement 1 is. Now about statement 2. The average of sample means and standard deviation will be equal to the average of population mean and the standard deviation. Is this true? Yeah. Is this true? So that is the basic logic of estimation, or that is the basic logic of the center limit theorem. Okay. So the basic logic of center limit theorem is, as you go on increasing the sample size, the distribution move towards normal. And second point is also true. This is also true. Okay. So the average of sample means and standard deviation will be equal to the average of population mean and the standard deviation of the population. See, the whole game of center limit theorem or sampling estimation is sample and this population. Okay, so both the statements are true over here. D is the answer. Both 1 and 2 are true. Such difficult questions are asked in exam. These are really difficult, and for that you need to join the classes. Paid classes. Okay. Among the below mentioned, which of the following is or are one of the key functions of the compliance department? Key functions of the compliance. Now, compliance department is an important department in module C also. Module C you have D is the main compliance part. Okay. So module D is mainly for compliance. Got it? But C also will give you the idea about because it's all loan. Module C is all about loans. So there you have to do the reporting. So there the compliance department comes. So which of the following are one of the key functions? Idea dissemination, information dissemination, parameter dissemination, and risk dissemination. Which of them is the key this function? The key function is, see, always remember, compliance has to do the information dissemination. Their main job role is information. They will have to distribute the information in the all of the departments so that all are on the same page. That is very important. All of the departments should be on the same page. Got it? Information dissemination is the main role of any compliance department. Okay? Next one. Linear function z equals to ax plus by, where a and b are constants, which has to be optimized, is called as. So this linear function z equals to ax plus by. Now this has a and b are obviously constants. Now this has to be optimized. So optimized means what? Optimization. Optimization is required where? This is the LPP question, LPP. So this linear function is called as what? Objective function, constraint. Okay, constraint. Then optimization problem, or none of the above. So remember, in any LPP problem, linear programming, you have two things. LPP, you have two things. One is constraint equations. There are many constraints. Okay. And second one is constraint. Second one is objective functions. Okay. Objective function. So these are the two things always in any LPP. This function we call it as Z function. Z function is always an objective function. So this Z becomes objective. This has to be optimized. Now what do you mean by optimized? In optimization means, see, I'll draw a LPP, graphical solution of LPP. I'll show you simple graphical solution. Suppose if this is my feasible area, we call it feasible area. If this is my feasible area, then what have I to do? I have to move this Z function from here to here to here, all the points. All the points I'll have to move this Z function. And whenever I move this Z function, and if I am asked in the question whether I have to maximize or minimize, if I am asked to maximize, then wherever I'll get the maximum answer, that will be my solution. If I have been told to minimize, wherever I am getting the minimum answer, that will be my optimum solution. So optimization means actually moving this z function. This z function, I'll draw it like this. This z function on year, then on year, and on year. All the 3 points you have to move this. And this is called as objective function. Okay? These are the constraints. You have to move your z function across all the constraints. Okay? Got it? So this is objective function. Which of the following method is applicable to any problem that can be formulated in terms of linear objective function subject to a set of linear constraints? So which method is useful to solve any of the LPP problem? This is related to LPP, linear programming, LPP. Okay? So which method is useful in all the any LPP problem? Firstly, for that you need to understand two methods. There are two methods in LPP. One is graphical, and second is simplex. Okay? So which method is best used for all? So kindly remember, simplex method can be used for any of the LPP, any. Simplex can be used for any of the LPP, but kindly remember one important point. It is very difficult. In your exam, you do not get a numerical on simplex. You will not get a numerical on simplex. No numerical. In your CAIIB exam, you do not get a numerical on simplex. Graphical is a bit easy. Just now I showed you one graph. So that is the graphical way. You always get the numericals on this, not on this. This is theory, you will be getting it in the exam. In exam, you will get the theory on this, not the numerical. Okay? So the answer for this is, which is the best method? Graphical, simplex, using R. This is not a method used at CAIIB level. And using open solver. These are all AI related and technology related. So move out. So the correct answer over here is simplex. Okay? Which of the following is the tendency for a single negative attribute to cause raters to mark everything on the low end of the scale? So which is this tendency for a single negative attribute to cause the raters, means the one who is giving the rating, to mark everything on the low end of the scale? Low end of the scale. Low end. Kindly note, low end of the scale. Now this question may be asked in your exam. I have seen this question once or twice. Okay? So it may be asked. You can't say immediately that it will be asked every time because it's not there in your book. Okay? But it can be asked because this effect is known as halo effect. Okay? Halo effect. This halo effect will cause the raters, okay, to give it on the low end. So low end is on the horn effect. Halo effect will give halo effect is not, halo effect is related to something else. It is horn effect. Horn effect will give the means the tendency for a single negative attribute to cause the raters to mark everything at the low end of the scale. It is called as horn effect. Okay? Next. Which of the following statements is or are correct with reference to kurtosis? So which of them is correct regarding kurtosis? Think of it, read. So read this, kurtosis. See, skewness and kurtosis, these are the important chapters, important topics in your ABM chapter number 3, skewness and kurtosis. Okay? Measures of central tendencies, very important, very difficult chapter. And skewness and kurtosis are really difficult. Which of the following statements is or are correct with reference to kurtosis? Kurtosis gives what? See, understand the logic of skewness and kurtosis. Skewness means if this is my central, see, if this is my center, okay, then my skewness will give how much deviated my curve is. See, ideally this curve should be like this, right? But if it is deviated like this, so it is away from the center. So this is called as skewness. Skew. Okay. What is kurtosis? It gives you the length of the curve. Top. See, this is, or this way it is, or it is this way. There are three types of curves: mesokurtic, leptokurtic, and platokurtic. Okay. Lepto means top one. This last one is known as lepto. This is lepto. Leptokurtic, lepto. This is meso, and this is platokurtic. So these are the three curves. Okay. Leptokurtic, mesokurtic, and platokurtic. So that's why I'm saying this topic is really difficult. There are various equations, there are various formulae for this. Follow the classes for the same. This is just a test. Okay, this is, you can see everyone get the test by just clicking on the link below. Okay, in the comment section, pin comment. So a normal curve which is symmetrical and bell shaped is known as mesokurtic. If a curve is peaked at the top, it is known as platykurtic, or plateau you can call it, platokurtic. If a curve is more flat than the normal curve, then it is known as leptokurtic. So which one of them is true? You want true one, right? Correct. So which one of them is correct? So think just now, see, compare this figure with the three options and then you'll get the answer. Compare it, everyone. Compare the figure with the given options. First one, normal curve is symmetric and bell shaped, is known as mesokurtic. So first one is correct, because see this middle one which I have given, meso, look at the meso, this is meso. So symmetric and bell shaped, this is mesokurtic, that is correct. If the curve is peaked at the top, it is known as platokurtic. Is it so? No. Plateau is flat, top one is lepto. So this is, second one is wrong. What about the third one? If the curve is more flat than the normal curve, so more flat than the meso curve, normal means meso, it is known as lepto. No, it's meso. So only correct answer over here is only one. These two are exactly interchanged. If the curve is peaked at the top, it is called as leptokurtic. If the curve is flatter, it is called as platokurtic. Got it? The difference? Using 95% confidence interval to estimate the true proportion of students who want to learn the foreign language if the mean is 25 and standard deviation is 4. See this, 95% confidence, and you want what? Who want to learn foreign language with mean is given as 25 and standard deviation is given as 4. 4 is the standard deviation, but for this number of students is required. Okay, number of students is required in this case. Got it? So, how do we find this? Yeah, this is the real problem. See this, the full problem, because if you want to find out the proportion, you need to know importantly you must know, the point over here is you must know the standard error. For that you must know the standard deviation. You must know this number of sample size. Okay, so sample size is equally required over here. Got it? So now let's solve it. See, first what you have to do is you have to find out the standard error. For finding the standard error, what you should do? What is the formula for standard error? See, standard error, this is a binomial problem, because either the students want to learn or they don't want to learn. For binomial, the standard error formula equals to standard error, okay, equals to root of PQ upon N, PQ upon N. So that is equal to what? PQ upon N. Solve this. P is what? P is those who want to learn. So how many are there? 58 of the sample want to learn. 58 want to learn. So 0.58. See, out of 158, so take it 0.58 into. So if 58 want to learn, how many of them are there who don't want to learn? So out of 158, yes, so no's are 42. So it is 0.42. 0.42. The whole upon n. What is n? 100. Sample size. Say this. 100 student sample size. So solve this now. When you solve this, what will you get? Do it everyone. 0.58 into 0.42. Okay, 0.58 into 0.42 into 0.42 upon 100. So if you do this, I am getting this as 0.5 final figure. 0.5 I am getting it. Are you getting the same? Let me check it again because these are difficult problems. 58 into what? 0.42 divided by 100. So 0.002436. 0.002436 and square root of this. So square root of 0.002436. So that is equal to square root of 0.002436. So I am getting it 0.049. So roughly 0.05. That's what, correct. So it's always required to cross check. So it is 0.05, not 0.5, 0.5. So this is my standard error. Now what do I want? I want 95% confidence. When I want 95% confidence, it means 2 standard error. This means 2 standard error. Okay, 2 standard error means what? 2 into 0.05. So 2 into 0.05 means 2 into 0.05. So that is equal to 5 to the 10. So 0.1. So these 2 standard error, I'll do addition and subtraction to the mean. So what is the mean? Mean is given as those who see this, the true proportion want to learn foreign language with, if the mean is 25, this is 25 mean. So what will I do? 25, very difficult one, plus or minus 0.1. So there you will get the answer as 24.9 if I do the minus, and if I do the plus then 25.1. So this becomes your answer, and see this D is the option. 24.9 and 25.1. Difficult one. Okay. Under the correlation method for calculating value at risk, holding period, confidence level, and a historical time horizon parameters are used. Change in the value of the position is calculated by combining the sensitivity of each component to the price changes in the underlying asset. The approach is deterministic and all of the above. So this method, this question is common for your ABM also and your BFM also, because value at risk topic is there in your ABM also and in your BFM also. Both the subjects it can be asked. So watch, tick the answer very correctly. It is useful for both the subjects. Yes, what is the answer? Holding period. See, VAR always comes with 2-3 points. Number 1, confidence level. Okay, confidence level is very important part. Then mean. Okay, and then it is others also. So, holding period, confidence interval, and a historic time horizon parameters are used. Historic time horizon. Okay. So it will be Holding period is there, confidence interval is there, historical time horizon, that is also there. So VAR will include all the things. These three plus change in the value of the position is calculated by combining the sensitivity. Now what do you mean by sensitivity over here? Sensitivity over here means standard deviation, volatility, okay? Standard deviation of each component to the price changes in the underlying assets. And the approach is deterministic. Deterministic means you have to be final. You have to get some final answer. So the answer is all of the above. All of them is the answer. Because all the three parameters are required over here for VAR. Which of the following method is applicable to any problem that can be formulated in terms of linear objective function subject to a set of linear constraints? So which method is applicable to any problem? Let it be any problem. So is it graphical? Is it simplex using R and using open solver? Now these two are totally out. These two are not in your portion, nor do we study anywhere. The only question is graphical or simplex. Which method can be used for any linear LPP problem? Any of them? Yes. Is it graphical? Is it simplex? See, simplex is very long method. Those who don't know, simplex is very long method. It's a iteration method. It goes on iterating. Okay. So we have to find out the outgoing variable. We have to find outgoing ratio. We have to find out the incoming variable. So two things are there. It's a big process. Graphical method is a simple method, small method. But if you use it for computers, if you want to program it, programming, the best method is simplex. Any type of LPP, any type, it can be solved using your simplex method. But it's really difficult. In exam, kindly note, you don't have numericals based on simplex. You don't have it on simplex. Okay, on graphical you have it, but simplex you don't have, because simplex takes a lot of time. Next, you have in exam, you have the question on simplex method related to the theory. The outgoing ratio, the incoming variable, okay. So 4 or 5 theory items are there, which I teach in the class. So join the class immediately. The new batches are starting. Okay, join the batch. Graphical method. Okay, graphical method is a basically diagram method. So that is useful. Okay. So the answer is simplex. Okay. From the population with a standard deviation of 1.69, a sample of 30 items resulted in 34.5 as an estimate of the mean. Find the standard error of the mean. This is the numerical which will come for 1 mark in your exam. And surely it will be there. So focus and try to give the answer. Let me see how many of you can answer. Yeah. Try it. Everyone try it. Very simple problem. Standard error. Firstly, tell me, is this population a finite population or infinite population? Everything depends on that, because the formula changes immediately. This is the infinite population. Why? Because do you know the final population, the size of the population? You don't know. So it's a infinite population. Infinite. Now, if it's an infinite population, then what is the formula? What is the formula for standard error for infinite population? Infinite population standard error equals to, yes, standard error, infinite population. Yes. It is standard deviation divided by root of n, sample size. This n is a sample size. Okay, and this is standard deviation given. So now find the answer. 1.69. So that is equal to 1.69 upon root of What is the population given? 30 items. 30. So find the answer. 1.69 upon square root of 30. What is square root of 30? Everyone get it? Square root of 30. First get it everyone. Square root of 30. Yes. It is 5.47. Okay, 5.47. So 1.69 upon 5.47. So that is known as your standard error. But what is the answer? But that is written as psi dash. Standard error is written as psi dash. So now get it. 1.69 divided by 5.47. Get it everyone? 1.69. 1.69, get it? Yeah, 1.69 divided by 5.47. What are you getting? 0.308. 0.308. Got it everyone? 0.308. So your answer is this. 0.308. A is the answer. Got it everyone? A is the answer. What is the use of this standard error? Do you know? What is the use? Why should I use this? Why should I find this? See, standard error is having three parameters now. One is 68% confidence, means we call it 68.3% confidence. See, now your answer is over. But further, if in exam they ask you, find the answer, find the resulting mean of the population, okay, using 68.3% confidence. So then the answer will be 68.3% confidence. Okay, if this is the case, then the answer will be 68.3 means one psi dash, one standard error. Okay, one standard error. So it is 0.308. So what will you do? It will be mean 34.5. 34.5 plus or minus 0.308. So now it will be a range. Right? It will be a range. Range, what will be the range? 34.5 plus 0.308. So 34.8. Right? 0.8, you can write it 08, means you can put it 1 also. 34.81. Okay? With single standard error. And minus, if you do 34.5 minus 0.308. So it will be roughly what? 34 point, I'll take approximation. 2, right? 20, 1 point something. So take it 2. Okay? 34.20 to 34.81. Right? This will be the answer with single standard error. Now, if in the exam they ask you 95.5% confidence, then it will be 2 standard error, 2 psi dash. So it will be 2 into 0.308. So it will be what? 2 into 0.6. So directly take it 0.61. 61, right? 0.61, you can take it. So what do you mean by this? That is equal to 34.5 plus or minus 0.61. So now find the answer. Again, the same logic. So 34.5 plus 0.61. So that is equal to 35 point something, 35.11. And this minus, if you do 33 point what 989 something, so take it 9 only, roughly 9. So this is the answer for 2 standard error. Now similarly, I won't do it now, you do it for 3 standard error. Give me the answer. It will be 99.7% confidence. It is 3 standard error. Now you give me the answer. So 3 into 0.31 you can take it. Take this as 1 only. So 3 into 0.31. So 0.93. 0.93. So what will you do over here? What will you do over here? 34.5 plus or minus 0.93. Now you do this. Find the answer. Okay, for both. You try it yourself. What is the answer you are getting? 34.5 plus 0.9. Give me the answer now. It is 35.4, right? 35.4, right? 43. Is it so? Yeah. 35.43. And on the back side, 34.5 minus 0.93. So 33.5, 33.6 something, 33.57. Isn't it? 33.57. Get it correctly? 0.57, right? Yeah. So this is the use of standard error. See, in exam, if they ask you this much, that will be for 1 mark. But if they ask you all these, out of these 2 also, then it will be combined to form a 3 marks case study. It will be combined to form a 3 marks case study. Kindly note. Okay. So this case study can be asked, not can be, it will be asked in exam. This is for infinite population. Similarly, you can have a case study for finite population. There the formula is different. That will do it whenever the numerical comes. Next. Same thing. Choose the desirable properties of an estimator from the following options. Pure question in your exam. What are the qualities of an estimator? Good estimator. The chapter is from estimations only. Good qualities: unbiased, efficiency, consistency, and all of the above. So, what is the answer? Qualities of a good estimator. Qualities of a good estimator are, yes. What are the qualities of a good estimator? Correct? These 3, all of them are required. Unbiased. It should not be biased at all. It should not be biased at all. If it's biased, then it won't give you the correct result. Isn't it? So, estimator should not be biased at all. Got it? Second, efficiency. It must be efficient. It must give the results. Otherwise, what's the use? Right? Consistency. It must be consistent. Every time you do it in any experiment, any atmosphere, or any different, with different set of numbers, it must give the similar answer. It should not change. Okay? Process should not change. So the answer is all of the above. Got it? It should be all of the above. Read the following statement and choose the correct option. Correct option. Now read this, everyone. Statement 1 and statement 2. 2 statements are given. Statement 1, statement 2. Read this, both of them. Read it. Statement 1 and statement 2. What is statement 1? The central limits theorem states that the distribution of sample means approximates a normal distribution as the sample size gets larger. And statement 2, in central limit theorem, the average of sample means and the standard deviations will be equal to the population mean and the standard deviation. So which one is correct? The average of sample means and the standard deviation will be equal to the population mean and the standard deviation. Which one is correct over here? Statement 1. See, what is central limit theorem? Central limit theorem states that as you go on increasing the sample size, the tendency becomes more and more normal distribution, more towards normal. Okay? So that statement 1 is obviously correct from that. So means approximate to normal distribution as the sample size increases. So statement 1 is correct. What about statement 2? In central limit theorem, the average of sample means and standard deviations will be equal to population mean and standard deviations. So is it correct? The average of sample mean and standard deviation, average of these. Suppose if I do the average of sample mean and standard deviation, I will do the average of these two combined. Means what? Sample mean plus standard deviation, sample mean plus standard deviation upon average 2. So that is equal to population mean plus standard deviation, right? For the population. Is it true? So this will not be true. This will always be, every time it will not be true. Sometimes it may be true, sometimes it may be, but every time it will not be true. So if something is not true every time, you can take it as a standard then. Okay? In special cases it is true. So statement 1 is correct. Okay, statement 1 is correct. Among the below mentioned, which of the following is or are the one of the key functions of the compliance department? Compliance key functions, module C and D combined. Idea dissemination, information dissemination, parameter dissemination and risk dissemination. Key functions of the compliance. Yes? Which of them is the key function of the compliance part? So the answer for the same will be dissemination, information dissemination, because compliance main job is information. Remaining things, idea, this will be done by the product team. Okay, parameter, these will be all decided by the product teams and audit teams. Information is the main part. Okay, so compliance's main job is this. Find the arithmetic mean for the following. X is given and F is given. Now firstly you tell me, all of you, I'll ask you the questions now. Firstly write in the comment section whether this is a group data or ungrouped data. First you write this, is it a group data or ungrouped data? Is it a group data or ungrouped data? Now see here, I've written it over here grouped, but how is it grouped? Why? Why is it grouped? The reason is, see, group data is because whenever you have X and F both, X and frequency both. Now this X can be in form of class also, it can be in form of class mark also. See, now see this X can be in form of class. Class means what? 10 to 20, 20 to 30 like this, or class mark, class mark. Now what does that mean? This means that 1, 2 like this one. So if you have X and F frequency also, then this together is called as group data, grouped. If you have only X, single X, no F, then it's called as ungrouped data. So this is the group data. Okay. Now this group data, you have to find out the frequency. Now the answer is given over here, but many of you will not understand what is this direct. Let's solve this. Okay, let's solve this. What you do? First, you will have to multiply this X and F. See, the formula is simple. Summation Fx upon n. So let's solve one by one. What is n? Simple. Let's do the simple things first. N means what? Total of frequency. Add all the frequencies. 5 plus 6 plus 5 plus 10 plus 8 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2. Add them. If you go on adding them, you will get the answer as 43. The answer is 43. Kindly note, summation of frequency is always n. Summation of frequency is always n. So, if you add all these, you will get it as 43. So, simple thing done. Now, fx. Summation fx. So, first multiply this. 1 into 5, 5. 6 into 2, 12. 3 into 5, 15. 4 into 10, 40. So on. Do it till the end. 8 into 2, 16. Now, this fx which you have got it, f into x. Add them. So, 5 plus 12 plus 15 plus 40 plus 40 plus 24 plus 21 plus 16. Add them. You will get the answer as 173. You will get the answer as 173. Check this. Everyone check this. Do it. Do it. In the comment section. Are you getting the answer as 173 for the numerator and 43 for the denominator? You must get both the answers. fx1 plus fx2 plus fx3 plus blah 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 blah. Similarly, f1 plus f2 plus f3 plus blah 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 blah. Add them. 173 upon 43. So you'll get the answer now. Then it's easy. If this numerical comes in exam, it's very easy for you. Why? Because direct class mark is given. Now next question which I will take is related to class. So that is difficult. See this. This is the same one. Yeah. This one. Find the arithmetic mean for the following data. Now look at this. Again, is it a grouped or ungrouped? Grouped. Group data. Why group data? Because this group data, because it is f and x. Both are given. But here, x is given in form of class, not in form of class mark. So now what you'll have to do is, you'll have to find the class mark. You'll have to find the class mark. See, f and x, you have to do, basic logic is summation fx, you have to do it. F into x. But where is x? Can you multiply 12 into 30, 40? You can multiply it. So find out the class mark. How will you find this? Class mark is always the center. Okay, look at this. Class interval and frequency is given 20 to 30. Class mark is the center. Center is 25. Check this. Everyone, all the top, all of them. So class mark is 25. Here class mark is 35. Here class mark is 45. 55, 65, 75, 85. Class mark. All the class marks done. Write it yourself. Take pen, paper and calc in your hands. You have to write this. Okay? Pen, paper, calc in your hands. You have to write it. Everyone is writing this. Type in the comment section. Everyone is trying this yourself. You must try this. Okay? So 25, 35, 45, 55 done all. Now it's simple. Do the fx again. This is x, this is f. 25 into 5, 125. 12 into 35, 420. 45 into 10, 450. Do it all. Do it for all. Everyone, try it. Let me see how many of you are getting it in the comment section. Are you getting the answers? 125, 420, 450, 770, 625, 600, 340. Are you getting it? Now add it. If you got the answer, add it. Comment section, everyone. Let me see in the comment section. If you got it, add it. So 125 plus 420 plus 450 plus 770 plus 625 plus 600 plus 340. All the additions over here. All of them additions. Do it. Now it's simple. This total comes out to be 3330. Are you getting it? The total comes out to be 3330. Are you getting the same? Everyone check it and type in the comment section. Are you getting it? Yes or no? Type Y or N. Yes or no? See, in the exam, you have to give the paper, not me. Okay? I've already cleared all these exams. So, you have to give the paper, so try it yourself. 3330 upon 58. Are you getting this 58 also? Addition of these. Okay? Addition of what? Addition of F. Okay, this total is 58. 5 plus 12 plus 10 plus 14 plus 5 plus 8 plus 4. 58. Okay? So divide it. You will get it as 57.41. 57.41. So this is your arithmetic mean. This is your arithmetic mean. Okay? Now one question still remains. I asked you, this is the group data, ungrouped data. So you gave me the answer, group data. Now which is this group? Is it an inclusive group or is it an exclusive group? This one, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Is it an inclusive group or is it an exclusive group? What do you say? What do you say? Inclusive or exclusive? See, I have explained it over here below. Inclusive always means the ends are not matching. Ends are not matching means, see this, 20 to 29, 30 to 39. See, there is a gap, 29 and 30, gap of 1. Similarly, further it will be 40 to 49, 50 to 50. But remember, the number of elements over here is also 10. Because inclusive means you will start from 20. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So 10 elements are there. That's why it's called as inclusive. Second one is exclusive. Exclusive means what? The ends are matching. Look at this. 30, 30. So 20 to 30, 30 to 40. Similarly, it will be 40 to 50, 50 to 60. Like that it will be. Okay? So ends are matching. Okay? In this, what do we do? While taking the element, you will say, sir, now the elements are 11 over here. 20, 21, 22, 29, up to 29, 10 and 130. But remember, in exclusive group, one of them is not taken. What will we do? What will we do? So here, what we'll do is, we won't be taking the last one, 30. We'll take it up to 29 and leave the 30. From here, you'll take up to 39, leave the 40. Similarly, others. Okay? So now clear? So this is the answer of arithmetic mean. Now this is one I have taken additional. Find the median. This also comes for 1 mark. Median. Median means what? See, these numbers are given. First thing what you have to do in median is arrange them in serial order. It can be ascending, it can be descending, anything. Ascending or descending, anything. But arrange them in serial order. Once you arrange them, then find a central number. Now look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 numbers are there. When the numbers are 6, then it becomes difficult. Even numbers. So if you have even numbers, you see this. You have arranged them 5, 7, 8, 9, 12, 15. Now center. Center, there is no single number. Take the average of the two numbers of the central. If they are even. And if they are odd numbers, then directly take the central number. Okay? So that is about median. This is just for an additional I have told you, because you will definitely get a question on median in exam. Okay? And they might give you odd number of elements or even number of elements. Anything they can give you. Okay? So odd is, see this, odd I have given it. It's very simple. Odd is simply 3 plus 3, 6, 7 numbers are there. So take the central number 9. That is the median. Okay? Now this is related to correlation. A production manager decides to regress the total monthly wages of each of the firm's 75 workers against the total monthly production by the worker. So regress means relation The production manager is trying to relate the salary of that person with the production which that person makes. The manager chooses total monthly production in terms of 1000 units as independent variable. So production is independent and monthly wages is dependent variable. Wages is in rupees. Now all these elements are given. See this. Summation x is given, summation y is given, summation x square is given, summation y square is given, summation xy is given, and n is given. Now what have you to do? You have to relate this. You'll have to answer the questions. This will be the case study and 5 questions will be asked. So what have you to do? Firstly, and why all this is given? X, y, summation x, summation y. For that you need to first understand the formula. Formula for variance, formula for covariance. Okay? Variance of x formula, kindly note, variance of x formula, Vx, is always equal to summation of x square. In fact, I have written it. Let's see. Okay? I might have solved it over here. Let me see. No. See this, variance of x formula is summation x square upon n minus x bar square. You have to understand this. Summation x square upon n. See, here it will be useful. Summation x square, you are getting it. And 75 workers. N is 75. And what is x bar? X bar means what? Total of x. See, total of x divided by n. Total of x divided by n. See, I'll give you all the elements over here. So this is variance of x. Similarly, variance of y equals to same thing. Now I won't write it. Summation of y square upon n minus y bar square. Similarly, covariance of xy. So that is also same. So this I'll write it because this is a bit different in writing. So it is summation of xy upon n minus x bar dot y bar. Y bar means multiplication. Again, it's reverse. So y bar. Okay. This is covariance formula. So understand variance of x, variance of y, and covariance. Okay. These are the formulae and that's why these all elements are given. Now we can see it. Now x bar is what? X bar. You require x bar over here. X bar equals to summation x upon n. Y bar is summation y upon n. Okay. So now with these formulas, you will be able to solve this numerical. Now we'll solve the questions. What all questions are asked? Let's see. First one. What is the slope of the regression line? Slope, my God. Slope is asked. This is a engineering problem. Science. Right? What is the slope? Firstly, what is the line? You need to understand this. Line is called as y equals to a plus bx. Okay? Plus cx square is a parabolic one. But you can write the line like this. See this. I'll write it over here. Y, if it's a straight line, it's always a single degree equation. A plus bx. Okay? B is called as the slope. B. Slope. B is called as the slope. Now, what is the formula for slope? For finding the formula for slope, you'll have to first find out covariance. Because slope you get it from covariance. See, what is the formula for B? B equals to covariance of xy divided by variance of x. This is the formula for B. For this, you need to get the covariance first. How to get a covariance? That is given earlier. Look at this. Covariance equals to summation xy upon n minus x bar dot y bar. Get the values. 974. I'll write it over here. See this. 97. What is that? 4652. 4652 divided by 75 minus x bar and y bar. 7312 upon 75. So get the answers, everyone. Get the answer for this. Get the answer for this. Y bar also, everyone. I'll also try. You get the answers fast. Fast, fast, speed up, speed up, speed up. So summation X is 7312 upon 7312, remove the points, 7312 upon 75, upon 75, ignore the points, huh? So 97.5, I'll take round figures, 97.5, that is my X bar. Now Y bar, Y bar is what? Summation Y, what is it? 8805, 8805 divided by 75. So 117.4, 117.4. Now use the values. Now this summation xy upon n, 974652, 974652 divided by 75. So this I am getting is it has 12995. This answer is 12995. I am ignoring the points, huh? Minus X bar dot Y bar. X bar is 97.5 into 117. Multiply this. 97.5 into, what is this? 117. 117.4. Now do the calculations. Everyone, what is the answer for this? 97.5 into, do it everyone. 97.5 into 117.4. So 11446. 11446 point something, 0.5. Now do the calculations. Minus 12995. So 1548.5. You might get slight here and there answers because you might be taking the decimals. So 1548.5. So I'll write it over here. 1548.5. This is my covariance. Now use the figure. Covariance 1548.5 divided by variance of x. What was variance of x? Variance of x was, no, we didn't find this. So summation x square upon n minus x bar square. So now find this. So variance of x, did we find out? No. So summation x square upon n. What is summation x square? This one. Again, it's a big figure. Okay. 824070.25 divided by, what is this? 75. N. 75. Everyone is getting this. So I am getting this as 10,987.6. 10,000, I'll write it over here. 10,987.6 minus x bar square. What is x bar square? 97.5. Do the square. 97.5 square. So 9506. 9506 point, what is that? 25. Get the answer, everyone. What is the answer for this? Minus 10987.6. 1481.35. 1481.35. This is my answer for variance of x. Got it? So now use this. Very big one. Huh? These numericals are very big. So now what is covariance? 1548.5. So 1548.5 divided by variance of x was what? This one, 1481.35. 1481.35. 1481.35. Do the division. Do it, everyone. Do the division. So 1548.5 divided by 1481.35. So I'm getting it as 1.04. So my answer is 1.04 and something more, 5, 1.045. So this is the slope of my regression line, B. This is B. B is an important term because you require A and B many times. So this 1045, 1046 I have got it. It's okay. Got it everyone? First one. Now next one. What is the intercept of the regression line? Now what do you mean by intercept? It means A, finding A. So what you have, y equals to A plus bx. Okay. Now for that what you do y bar, put y bar and x bar. So y bar equals to A plus bx bar. Put y bar and x bar. Now you have all the values. Now it's simple. What is y bar? Y bar, y bar, y bar, yeah. Here we got it? Yeah. 117.4. 117.4. So 117.4 equals to A plus B is what? 1.045? 45 into X bar. X bar is what? X bar you got it over here somewhere, no? 97.5. Right? 97.5. 97.5. Now do the calculations, you will get A, intercept. So what is the answer now? 1.045, right, into 97.5. So it is 101.88. This answer I am getting it as 101.88. And this is A. And this is 117.4. So now find out A. So A means minus 117.4. So 15.51. So A I am getting it as 15.51. So this is my intercept. You always require A and B. Both are to be found out. Okay, and these numericals are very important. You'll get the same numerical in the exam. Definitely you'll get it. I think so. Same? Yeah. Compute the equation of the regression line. Now the equation is simple. Once you got A and B, equation is nothing. 15.415 plus A is 15.415, B is 1.046 into X. This answer. 15.415 plus 1.046 into X. This is the equation of the regression line. Got it? So now we'll end the session today. Okay? And before going, I would suggest you to join the BFM batch coming up. Okay? This 1st December it is starting. Firstly, follow all the marathons. Okay? Follow all the marathons. See, 3 things you have to do now. Number 1, follow all the marathons. Today is one. Tomorrow is one. Tomorrow is the revision. Then there will be Chalisa. After Chalisa there will be paper, important paper. So these all plus the earlier ones. Follow the recorded sessions also. This is number 1. Number 2, free ABM mock tests. Kindly follow them. Free ABM mock test. That also I'll show. I'll show you that. Follow the free ABM mock test. They are free. Use the code free ABM 100. How to get it? That I'll show. Join the BFM batch. This is coming up. On 1st December it is coming up. Okay? Join this batch. Use the code Y432 for the best discounts possible. Now, I'll cover all the case studies. I'll be taking this batch, cover all the case studies and important numericals as well. So cover all these parts, and that's why BFM is the toughest subject. Kindly note, more than ABM, BFM is tough. Use the code Y432. See, never forget this code Y432 for purchasing. Remember this code Y432. 81% discount you will be getting plus 1% extra through the app. Download the app. See, downloading the app will give you this batch also, as well as what was I telling? ABM free. mock test. See, mock test for ABM, you can directly get it. Okay, mock test, mock, okay, test ABM. Okay, mock test for ABM. This also you will be getting. See, CAIIB ABM mock test 2025. Now you are seeing the price is 499. But if you put the code free, look at this, free, okay, then ABM, and then 100. Now look at it, zero price, 100% off, complete discount. This has been specially made available to you for doing the studies, means testing your knowledge. Download the app and take this. Don't miss this. Give at least 1 or 2 tests. That is also enough. Okay, so don't miss. Tomorrow also I will be taking a revision. Okay, so follow that also, and on exam day also I will be taking 2-3 sessions. There will be paper analysis also afterwards, so come for that also. Those who are in the paid class, kindly follow the PDF which I have given to you. Okay, very important one. Okay.